Sunlight bathes the Winchester Academy as a student groans to his friend about that brutal exam. "Took way too long," he complains. His buddy just laughs, explaining the real reason for the delay. Apparently, their friend finished the paper early but then just sat there, staring blankly at it. Then, a low rumble. The two boys freeze, turning toward a convoy of heavy armored night carriages and ironclad wagons rolling past. You can see students being hauled off in these military transports, but the weird part, they aren't scared. The kids in the wagons are actually laughing and joking around like it's some kind of epic field trip. Local girls see them and go absolutely wild, swooning over the boys like they're legendary heroes in the making. Our dark-haired lead just scoffs. "Those aren't real adventurers," he tells his friend, "just posh academy kids." He points to the crest on the side, a sword embedded in a shield, the mark of the Royal Vanguard Academy. See, in this world's history, the peace didn't just fade. It was incinerated without a single word of warning. A vision of a burning, ruined city appears. Then, the sky itself cracked open with glowing blue rifts. Monstrous horrors crawled out of those portals, swarming the streets and leaving the population in pure, blind terror. Sages would later prove that a twin world existed on the far side of the Great Void. But something shattered that planet, wiping out every living soul and turning the world into a graveyard. The debris of that dead world came screaming toward us, striking our land like a rain of falling stars. People looked up in shock as fire comets tore through the clouds, and distorted pieces of that realm merged with ours. In the middle of the capital, a girl watches as a shard sprouts a gargantuan, otherworldly tree that strangles the horizon. They called it the 𝒂𝒒𝒒𝒂𝒅𝒐𝒚 convergence. Laws of nature flipped, and a tide of monsters flooded the world. 17% of the globe was lost instantly. Humans lost control, branding these places the Forbidden Wilds. Flashback to the day of the convergence. Deep in the wilds, a nightmare was unfolding for the King's Guard. A demonic beast, looking like a literal devil, stands over a fallen platoon clutching a knight's skull. The final survivor is gasping, his lungs burning as he stares up at the demon's cold, murderous eyes. These monster-infested zones were dubbed the Hollows, places where humanity's rules simply don't apply anymore. Every creature from that void has a soul rank, and this one, its name is the Horn of Terror. The Horn of Terror stands perfectly still, a silent killer, while the surviving knight desperately calculates his next move. Suddenly, the monster lunges. The knight doesn't hesitate, unleashing a volley from his heavy, repeating crossbow. But it's useless. The bolts just bounce off the beast's obsidian hide like they're nothing but toys. The monster is too fast. It closes the gap and delivers a bone-shattering blow straight to the knight's gut. He's sent flying. Blood sprays the air as he hits the ground with enough force to crack stone. He smashes against a wall, nearly blacking out, his body completely broken and his spirit fading fast. He tries to stand for his brothers for the fallen, but he's got nothing left. He's totally spent. Nobody was ready for this. Even an elite knight only had a basic tier soul rank back then. Humans were helpless prey. The demon begins its slow, arrogant approach toward the crippled young soldier. It wears a sick, malevolent grin, staring down at a man who can't even lift his sword anymore. Then the Horn of Terror charges for the final kill. But in that moment of catastrophe, a miracle happens. The convergence wasn't just a disaster. It brought a hidden evolution to the human spirit. A brilliant blue aura erupts from the knight. He reaches out and catches the demon's fist barehanded. The natural limits we're born with, the caps on our species, potential that keep us grounded. They began to crack. The ancient laws of the world were shattering under the weight of his new power. The knight doesn't just block the attack. He holds it with ease, his eyes burning with new light. He begins to lift the beast, crushing its massive hand as it desperately tries to claw its way free. His soul rank, which was stuck at the bottom, starts skyrocketing. The spiritual chains binding him are snapping. He awakens. By breaking those ancient bonds, he finally evolves into something more than human. Using a brutal grappling move, fueled by his new strength, He heaves the massive beast into the air. He slams the monster into the earth, ending it in one move. He stands over the body, ready for more. From that day on, humanity fought back against the beasts, even as the mysterious awakening gripped every soul in the kingdom. Powers manifested differently for everyone. Some chose to spend every waking hour training to master their new gifts. Others, however, discovered their new potential and decided to use it for a much more sinister purpose. Amidst the chaos, a massive rift tore open, and a legion of horned fiends began invading our world. But their leader noticed something. An army of knights was already standing there, just waiting for the beasts to arrive. These warriors used their new potential to reclaim the forbidden vaults and the shadow zones. They were elite agents known as vanguards. Right at that rift, a brutal war between fiends and man ignited. Leading the charge was the soldier who felled the first monster, and that's how the era of the vanguards began. A new age was born from the epic clash between two species. After the battle, only a few knights remained. The entire world hailed them as legends. Everyone was inspired by their grit and the dedication they showed. Especially that first soldier, who awakened his power and chose to stand his ground against the beasts. Soon after, organizations focused entirely on training the next generation of vanguards were established across the realms. Among the schools for teenagers in the Republic of Valoria, one stood out as the absolute best. For 25 years, they've produced the world's elite, known globally as the Ironheart Academy. Back in the moment where the two friends are talking, one mentions the academy even reveals what actually goes down inside those vaults. Julian asks, "Wait, what if someone dies in there?" His friend claims they have a reason to be confident because of the entry test, but he stops mid-sentence. His attention is snatched away by a group of screaming girls who are completely losing their minds. They're obsessed with someone they claim is impossibly attractive and has an ethereal beauty. It's Cedric, a blonde half-elf sitting calmly while a literal sea of fans applauds him. Julian and his buddy wonder what the hype is about, and the friend explains Cedric is a total celebrity. His father is a legendary knight, and his mother is an elf. They call him a once-in-a-generation genius. Cedric flashes a charismatic smile, making the girls scream even louder. The guys already cleared 14 vaults. Seeing this, Julian gets visibly annoyed because he's just not buying into the Cedric hype. His friend immediately starts teasing him, laughing that he's clearly just jealous of the star student. Julian starts arguing back, but his friend ignores him when he sees another buddy approaching them. They invite Julian to hang out, but Julian Thorne says he can't go. He's just hoping they have fun. The other guy keeps teasing him, saying he should relax since exams are over and just come have fun. But before he can say another word, his friend with the parted hair punches him in the stomach. He tells Julian it's okay if he can't make it. Julian checks his phone and thanks them before heading off. The friend with parted hair tells the loud one to be more sensitive. Doesn't he know why Julian is working? A quick flashback shows us Julian standing by a hospital bed, watching over an elderly relative. Back in the city, Julian is walking alone when his phone pings. Unpaid hospital bills from this month. Then another notification hits. It's his boss calling him in for a new, urgent job. Meanwhile, as Cedric is waving to fans, something catches his eye and he freezes. He turns his gaze toward Julian, staring at the young man's back as he walks away. For some reason, Cedric feels like something is very wrong. A strange, heavy pressure he can't explain. His teammate from the academy asks if that guy did something to offend the half-elf. Cedric says no, but as he watches Julian, he thinks to himself it must just be his imagination. Julian, meanwhile, is beyond stressed. He really doesn't want to work today, but he has no choice. He heads down into an abandoned cathedral station, ducking under the warning tape blocking the entrance. His boss is a white-haired man named Master Silas, introducing the bald noble, who is the new client. Julian will be working for him today. Julian tries to be polite, saying it's a pleasure to meet him. But the client is already getting heated seeing the boy. He yells at 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚, furious at his choice. He thought 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚 was going to bring his best employee, not this scrawny kid. Lord Arthur insists that young Julian is the best in the business, but Baron Thorn isn't buying it, shouting that he didn't come all this way to be played for a fool by some brat. Even with the kid standing right there, Arthur and Julian tell the Baron he's being incredibly disrespectful, but the man in the expensive suit won't back down. He demands they summon a true master of the craft, throwing out threats like they're going out of style. With a sneer, he warns Arthur that if he doesn't produce someone respectable, they'll both live to regret it. That's when 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚, the Baron's massive, hulking bodyguard, is called out. Julian looks the giant up and down, asking with a smirk if this man is supposed to be a legendary knight. Or rather, he corrects himself, is he just a washed-up sellsword? He calls 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚 out for being a retired vanguard who's reduced to following an old man's orders like a loyal dog. The Baron, absolutely floored by the kid's sheer audacity. Before the Baron can even sputter a response, 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚 snaps his fingers, signaled by his master's growing rage. 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚 growls that they're done talking. He's ready to snap a few of Arthur and Julian's bones just to teach them a lesson in manners. The Baron loves it. He tells his brute to grab the boy, adding that if they don't start begging for their lives right now, they aren't leaving the room alive. And here's where Julian gets cheeky. He starts faking a panic, sarcastically crying out for help and wondering what a poor boy like him should do. Then the vibe shifts. A cold blue aura erupts around him as his gaze turns sharp. It turns out our boy has illegally breached the Forbidden Vaults 371 times. See, in this kingdom, smuggling is a massive business. While vanguards risk their lives to clear monster-infested ruins, the law is incredibly strict about the loot. When a dungeon is cleared, the spoils are supposed to go straight to the crown for inspection, because some of these artifacts hold power that could level a city. If these items hit the black market, it's game over for public safety. That's why the Guild of Shields insists on registering every single piece of treasure. But the fees, they're astronomical. Most adventurers get tired of the crown taking a massive cut, so they start hiding the good stuff away from the inspectors. Criminals who bypass the system for a quick gold coin put the entire realm at risk. It's a mess that causes endless problems for the honest folk. The kingdom's propaganda ends with a simple message: report any smuggler you see so these bandits can be punished. But back to the showdown. 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚 is ready to kill, but Arthur is just standing there, calmly lighting a cigarette. The Baron is losing his mind. How can he be this relaxed? He asks Arthur if he's really just going to watch his ward get slaughtered. Arthur just smirks and asks the Baron if he's getting cold feet. The Baron snaps back, revealing that 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚 didn't retire because of an injury. He was exiled because he turned on his own teammates in the heat of battle. Julian hears this and just laughs. Oh, so he's a murderer too? Terrifying. 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚 just boasts about it, calling his dead teammates trash that was holding him back. Julian's smile disappears. He tells 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚 that if anyone is trash, it's the guy who lost his license because he couldn't handle his own incompetence. 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚 snaps. He lunges forward with a punch meant to shatter Julian's skull, but wait for it, he hits nothing but air. Julian dodges with a simple, effortless tilt of his head. He looks bored, honestly. Attacking like that, pretty rude, don't you think? Enraged, 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚 flares with a toxic green aura, charging in for the kill. Julian decides it's time to end this. Since you're being so aggressive, let's try a quick kick. Boom! Julian launches into the air, his leg connecting with 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚's jaw in a bone-shattering impact that sends shockwaves through the room. 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚 is completely dazed, his brain rattling in his skull. Arthur just stays cool, while the Baron stands there, jaw on the floor. Arthur just laughs, reminding the Baron that he only brings the most skilled people he knows to the table. 𝒓𝒓𝒈𝒚 is in total shock. Lord Julian calls out to clear the air, his eyes shifting between his veteran knight and the young boy who were already squaring up to trade blows. Gerald turns to the Lord, his voice low, asking if he's really going to let this madness happen. Julian just sneers at the scarred man, asking if he's planning to chicken out after coming all this way. Silas snaps back, his voice like grinding gravel. He tells them they're the ones who should be trembling, not him, and his eyes burn with a dark, predatory hunger. He reveals the brutal truth. Silas didn't leave the royal guard because of battle wounds. He was exiled for butchering his own squad. This man was a monster, and he wasn't going to show a shred of mercy to the boy. Alaric takes it all in, repeating the crime back to him with a sharp, mocking edge. "A teammate killer, huh? Oh, I'm shaking," he remarks sarcastically. "So I really am fighting a common criminal." Silas just grins like a maniac, boasting about the slaughter. He claims the men he killed were pathetic, just dead weight holding him back, so he simply tossed the trash away. Hearing this, Alaric actually starts to laugh. A cold, genuine chuckle that echoes through the courtyard. He nods, telling the brute that he finally understands exactly what he means. Then the smile vanishes. Alaric tells Silas he needs a mirror because he's the real trash here, a disgraced failure who lost his knighthood because he couldn't control his own impulses. Silas snaps. Before Alaric can even finish his sentence, the brute lunges forward, a heavy, bone-crushing fist aimed straight for the kid's face. But then, silence. Silas freezes, his eyes widening as he realizes his knuckles hit nothing but empty air. Alaric had dodged the strike with the slightest, most effortless tilt of his head. "Attacking while someone is speaking," the boy sighs. "How very unrefined of you." Silas goes absolutely ballistic. A sickly green battle aura begins to bleed out of his pores, shaking the very ground beneath his boots as his rage hits its boiling point. He charges in to finish the job, but Alaric is already 10 steps ahead. The boy casually mentions that since he's being attacked, he might as well throw a quick counterkick. Boom, a massive impact shatters the silence. Alaric's leg snaps out like a whip, his boot connecting with Silas's jaw and sending the man's head reeling back with violent force. Silas staggers, his vision blurring as he tries to process what just happened. He was a seasoned killer, yet a teenager just put him on the verge of a blackout with a single move. Lord Julian remains stone-faced and calm, but Gerald is absolutely floored by the boy's sheer speed. Julian just smirks, reminding him that he only ever recruits the most elite talent. Silas is in total shock, his hand trembling as he touches his bruised jaw. He can't believe the power behind that one kick. It was unlike anything he'd ever felt. Alaric starts mocking the brute, saying he's got a little surprise. Honestly, looking at the guy, he expected a mountain like Gareth to be way tougher. Lord Julian just shakes his head. Gareth totally underestimated the boy, treating a high-level rogue like some random street urchin. But man, those reflexes. That bone-shattering kick to the chin. That wasn't some lucky shot. That was pure elite knight-tier skill. Alaric can see it in his eyes, too. The former knight is finally realizing he stepped into a ring with a fighter he just can't beat. Still, Gareth isn't backing down, barking that the kid just got lucky with one good hit, and it won't happen again. Before the brute can even finish his sentence, Lord Julian just sighs. He actually feels sorry for the big guy at this point. Blinded by pure rage, Gareth rips his tunic off, letting his mana surge like a storm, while Julian instantly calls it. The man is a vanguard. Master Barnaby is absolutely floored. How the hell did Julian read a high-ranking subordinate's class and abilities that fast? Alaric just smirks, telling the old man to stay calm, while Gareth growls that no matter what petty tricks this commoner uses, he's still just a rogue. He promises to show the boy what a real warrior looks like, and honestly, things are about to get very loud. Veins start bulging all over his body as Gareth begins channeling a heavy green energy, and Julian explains that since the convergence, everything changed. People started awakening powers that smashed right through human limits, though everyone's talent and mana type is totally unique. Naturally, they all developed completely different latent abilities, depending on their soul's resonance. Elite knights took things further, focusing their training to match their specific roles within the Imperial Vanguard. Looking at his rival, Julian notes that one of those specialized roles is the shield bearer, or more commonly, the tank. Gareth has turned himself into a literal human fortress, using forbidden techniques to perfect his muscles and boost his physical stats to the moon. The tank's whole job is simple but terrifying: protect the squad from the horrors of the abyss by taking every hit themselves. They stand in the vanguard, facing monsters head-on without an inch of retreat or a flicker of fear in their eyes. Their bodies are trained to such an insane limit that standard crossbow bolts just bounce off them like pebbles. High-ranking vanguards, they can shrug off heavy catapult fire and siege engines like they're nothing, literal walking barriers. Seeing the transformation, Alaric actually looks impressed, acknowledging that Gareth really does have the raw power of a true knight. Fully buffed and glowing green, Gareth charges, throwing both fists forward in a strike meant to pulverize anything in his path. Alaric barely manages to weave out of the way, but the stone floor of the hall isn't so lucky. It shatters into a million pieces. Dust and debris fly everywhere, and Alaric tries to find his footing while feeling the sheer pressure of that air-shattering power. Poor Barnaby is just a normal guy. The shockwave alone almost sends him flying, but a hand suddenly grabs his shoulder to steady him. It's Julian, standing there totally unfazed by the chaos, calmly asking the merchant if he's still in one piece. Barnaby just fumes, calling the knight a complete lunatic for wrecking his place of business just over some petty rivalry. Gareth lunges again, and Alaric just stands his ground, watching the giant barrel toward him with predatory focus. Another massive punch swings wide, and Alaric dodges it by a hair, looking completely bored with the whole situation. Gareth is losing his mind, screaming at the boy to stop playing around and use his tricks, but Alaric is busy thinking. He's no idiot. He knows Gareth is setting a classic vanguard trap, and he's definitely not falling for it today. Julian watches from the side, admitting the former knight isn't half bad. Gareth's raw strength is basically that of a runaway war wagon. If a normal person took one of those hits, every bone in their body would be turned to fine powder instantly. But Julian is more worried about his territory. He shouts at Alaric to wrap this up before the whole building collapses. He makes it very clear: if one more pillar breaks, the boy is paying for every single copper of the repair bill. Suddenly, Alaric realizes he's on a clock and needs to find a way to end this brute fast. Gareth just laughs, thinking the boy's master has no clue what's happening, confident that commoner tricks can't touch a professional knight. Alaric completely ignores the trash talk, his eyes darting around until he spots something useful off to the side. A thick iron support beam is bolted to the wall nearby, and Alaric lunges for it, slamming his hand onto the cold metal. Alaric reaches for something nearby, and Gerald watches with bated breath. He has no idea what the young man is planning to do with a simple piece of metal. Alaric weighs the iron rod in his hand, testing its balance. It's crude, sure, but in the hands of a master, even a piece of scrap can become a legendary blade. While the boy is distracted with his new toy, Gareth charges one last time, teeth gritted and mana spilling out in a blind rage. Most people think vanguards are invincible because of their insane durability, but Alaric knows better. Every fortress has a crack in the wall, and every tank has a very specific, very deadly natural enemy. Right as the brute reaches him, Julian turns to the merchant and simply says, "It's over." Julian lunges at his enemy, consumed by raw fury and a desperate need to end this once and for all. But Baron Silas doesn't flinch. He charges straight back at the boy. Clenching that iron rod, Julian knows the secret. A heavy guardian's biggest weakness is a strike that focuses pure, destructive force on one single point. In that split second, Julian swings his improvised weapon. He's pushing his power to the absolute limit to bypass the man's massive iron defenses. "Raw offensive power is the one thing a tank can't handle," he shouts. Then, crack, the iron rod slams directly into Silas's jaw. The impact sends a shockwave of energy rippling through the air. Silas, once a veteran knight, spits blood as his world goes completely dark from the blow. Sir Alistair isn't even surprised, but the bald man watching, He's staring in total disbelief at the chaos unfolding right before his eyes. The heavy guardian hits the dirt, out cold for a few terrifying seconds. Then, he gasps for air, waking up with a mouth full of copper and blood. Silas stammers, asking how a kid learned to strike with that much precision. Julian just looks at him, totally lost. He has no clue what the man is talking about. He thinks Silas is talking nonsense, but deep down, a memory stirs. Maybe the old knight saw that specific technique somewhere before. He tells Silas he's dead wrong, but in his mind, he hesitates. Perhaps the man did recognize the fighting style of Julian's father. His father was a legend, a man known across the kingdoms as a symbol of pure, unbridled power. Julian flashes back to his childhood, wandering the cold stone halls of the family estate. Back then, his father was the greatest knight in the world to him. The boy felt immense pride just being near him. His favorite thing in the world, watching his father train in the courtyard every single morning. And it wasn't just because they were family. The man was a force of nature. His name was Arthur, and he radiated a power that felt heavy in the air. This was the legendary soldier from the old stories, the first human to ever awaken his strength and slay a monster from the rift. Arthur belonged to the first generation of questers. People today tell stories of those days like they're grand legends, but for those who lived it, it was hell. Every single day was a desperate struggle. They had to watch countless friends lose their lives in battles that never seemed to end. The biggest problem was the unknown. There were no maps, no guides, and zero information about what kind of nightmares were hiding in the deep chambers. In a flashback, we see Arthur and his unit preparing to fight a giant abyssal crawler. Even monsters we consider easy today were absolute death sentences back then. The beast spits a chorus of corrosive acid, hitting Arthur's closest friend. Arthur narrowly escapes the attack, but when he looks to his side, he freezes. His friend is being dissolved right in front of him by the worm's acid. To the knights of that era, every creature was a terrifying mystery capable of destroying everything. Seeing his comrade melt away, Arthur snaps. He roars in fury and drives his spear deep into the beast's hide, fighting blind against the unknown. But then the unthinkable happens. His high-grade titanium spear starts smoking. The monster's acid is eating right through the metal. Modern enchanted gear didn't exist back then. Those early adventurers had to survive using whatever they could find, risking their lives on pure trial and error. Back in the dungeon, reinforcements finally arrive. 3 young recruits reach the scene and stop dead in their tracks, paralyzed by what they see. Amidst a sea of dissolved bodies, only one man is left standing: Arthur. He had defeated the creature with nothing but grit and a broken weapon. Those survivors passed on their scars and their experiences to the next generation. Because of their sacrifice, they were hailed as the first true heroes of humanity. Arthur lived that life for years, hunting unknown beings and evolving into a legend. Eventually, they gave him a title that stuck: the Dragon Hunter. He was the first person to ever bring down a great wyvern. Images of him standing victoriously atop the beast's massive skull shocked the entire continent. People were amazed. Arthur was officially named the strongest knight in all of Asia, a true peak of human power. But to Julian, he was just Dad, an ordinary man that the boy respected more than anyone else in existence. Julian remembers his father training. Every swing of that spear created a literal hurricane of energy and wind. To Julian, his father was invincible. He believed nothing could ever hurt him. That is, until one fateful day when he saw something so horrific it changed him forever. Meanwhile, deep within the Great Shadow Rift, 3 young adventurers arrive as reinforcements. They're panting, weapons drawn, ready for the fight of their lives. They stop dead in their tracks, their breath hitching in their throats. The scene before them is a graveyard, bodies scattered everywhere in a silent, horrific display of power. Only one man remains standing amidst the carnage: Arthur. He had decimated the creature using nothing but his bare hands and whatever tools he could find lying in the dirt. The survivors told his story for decades, passing down his legendary accomplishments to the next generation, so that his light would never fade from the kingdom. They were the realm's true protectors. And Arthur, he lived that life every single day, hunting monsters and unknown horrors for years on end to keep the people safe. He evolved beyond any normal knight, eventually earning a title that made even kings bow their heads, the Worm Slayer. It was a name given to the first man in history brave enough and strong enough to bring a true dragon to its knees in single combat. The kingdom was rocked when the news broke. People were stunned into silence, seeing the image of Arthur standing victoriously atop the massive, lifeless body of the beast. He was officially the strongest warrior in all of Europa. But to Alaric, he wasn't a god, he was just a father. An ordinary, loving dad who came home at the end of the day. Alaric respected him more than anyone. He still remembers watching his father train in the rain, the sheer power of his spear work carving through the air itself. When his father unleashed his aura, it created a literal windstorm that shook the very foundations of their home. To Alaric, his father was invincible, untouchable. He believed that until one cursed day, a day that left a scar on his soul that would never truly heal. Suddenly, the memory shifts. Lord Cedric was a man in his absolute physical prime, a titan of a warrior, until the day he suddenly began coughing up blood right in front of young Julian. The boy rushed toward his father in a total panic, but the man held up a trembling hand, telling his son to stay back and not come any closer. The royal healers delivered a grim verdict. It was a lethal poison causing this sudden, hollow decline, and little Julian could only sob as he watched his hero wither away in the infirmary. Cedric had encountered a forbidden toxin during one of his deep-land expeditions, a shadow that had contaminated his very soul. He was a warrior to the core, and more than anything, he tried to fight the venom head-on, just as he had faced every dragon in the kingdom. But after decades of grueling battles and overworking his spirit, his body was finally at its limit, and even the legendary first dragon hunter couldn't hold on. While Cedric was at his weakest, the very knights he had trusted with his life arrived, only to hand him a cold piece of parchment. They weren't brothers in arms, they were vipers in armor, taking advantage of his vulnerability to strip him of everything. They stole his fortune, his lands, and the work of a lifetime, leaving him to suffer through mental and physical agony. In the end, Cedric felt like a failure, believing that none of his sacrifices for the kingdom had ever been rewarded. Years bled into one another, and by the time Julian was a teenager, he still saw his father wasting away on a hospital cot, a shell of his former self. Eventually, the world began to move on and forget the name of the great dragon hunter, Lord Cedric. He lost his identity as a hero, stripped of his status, while an incurable blight ravaged his body beyond any alchemy or science. His only reward for a life of service, to die as a forgotten adventurer, alone and broken. Back to the present, Julian stands over the defeated Silas, staring down with cold eyes before simply turning his back to walk away. Silas tries to mutter something through the pain, but Julian, he's just irritated, his mind flooded with old memories that taste like ash. He tosses his scrap of iron aside and heads for the exit, leaving the Duke absolutely stunned by the sheer power he just witnessed. The Duke is frozen in shock. He thought Silas was his strongest shield, but Alaric, Julian's boss, just remarks that everything went perfectly. The man in the suit can't believe it. He's incredulous that a seasoned mercenary like Silas lost to some random kid. Alaric shrugs, suggesting that maybe Silas wasn't a true knight to begin with, and that was the real reason for his fall. Julian chimes in, noting that the brute bragged about striking his own comrades, which is the ultimate sign of a weak spirit. As he brushes past the Duke, the boy drops a bit of hard truth. There are only two ways a real adventurer actually retires. Either your body is so shattered you can't lift a blade, or you die out in the wild and never return. He throws his cloak back on. I don't know Silas's salary, Julian says, but if it's more than a commoner's wage. You should fire him. Alaric sees the opening, stepping toward the client to apologize, but with a shark-like grin on his face. He asks the Duke to understand their side. then casually mentions that the fee for this job just doubled due to the situation. The man tries to protest the price hike, but Alaric shuts him down with a menacing glare, reminding him that his man provoked the boy first. "Julian and I don't work for free," Alaric growls, making it very clear that the Duke isn't in a position to negotiate. Seeing he has zero leverage, the Duke grumbles but agrees. Fine, the deal is done. A short time later, Alaric calls Julian over for a serious talk, asking if the boy has ever heard of the Sovereign Hornet. Julian is mid-sip, and he spits his water everywhere, wiping his mouth in pure, unadulterated shock. "We have to fight that," Julian asks, knowing that even for him, that monster is a literal death sentence. Alaric explains that the Sovereign Hornet is a world-class calamity, the most dangerous creature in all of Albion. Oakhaven, once a jewel of a city, is now nothing more than a demonic hive for these wasps, a kingdom of nightmare. "It's a high-difficulty hellscape," the man continues, "where even the most elite knights struggle to survive. Taking one down is nearly impossible. They swarm everywhere, and for a common smuggler, it's pure suicide. But for a platinum rank knight, well, they might actually have a ghost of a chance at the task." Alaric leans in. "The Duke mentioned a massive raid happened yesterday, one the Chronicles didn't mention. The Royal Army and 7 platinum rank knights formed a secret strike force to invade the Hornet's nest." Julian's jaw drops. 7 platinum rank knights in one place, that's unheard of. These people are legends. If even 2 of them meet for a drink, the town criers go wild for months. They failed to wipe out the hive, but they did manage to slay the Queen Hornet, which is where things get messy. One of those 7 knights stole the royal nectar and hired a Shadowrunner to smuggle it out of the city. Julian looks confused. Royal nectar, what the hell is so special about some honey? Alaric begins to explain. It's the divine essence fed to a newly born queen, the most potent substance in the world. Think about it, why would a low-ranking white-rank scout risk everything to smuggle a simple nutritional supplement? It sounds like a death wish, right? But Arthur's boss explains the terrifying truth behind the mission. This stuff is incredibly dangerous. Silas reveals that this celestial nectar isn't even from our world. It's a rare substance brought back from the Great Rifts, and the legends surrounding it are absolutely wild. Apparently, if a human drinks it, they can literally claw their way back from the grave. Arthur's jaw drops. He's completely stunned. A medicine that can reverse death. That changes everything for him. Down in the dark, damp tunnels beneath the old capital city, word is spreading fast. Every single path to the rifts is now under heavy lockdown. The crown has tightened its grip, making entry nearly impossible. A lone figure stalks through those abandoned, shadowy corridors, heading toward a secret waypoint. He keeps muttering the same mission details over and over, focused on a goal that no one else can see. It's Silas, Arthur's commander. He stops in front of a massive iron gate etched with glowing crimson runes, seals meant to keep the world out. But Silas isn't just some commoner following the rules. Silas scoffs at the locked gate. To him, those red markings are just a minor inconvenience. He knows there's always a back door if you've got the right kind of magic and the guts to use it. His hand starts to glow with a chilling blue aura. He reaches out, touching the cold metal and letting his own mana bleed into those red seals, forcing the 2 opposing energies to clash and merge. Suddenly, boom, a blinding flash of sapphire light erupts, flooding the entire underground area. The sheer force of his energy reacting with the gate's ancient seals is enough to make the very air vibrate. That blue light swallows the red runes, slowly dissolving the protection magic. Piece by piece, the barrier shatters until the path is finally clear. Just like that, the impossible seal is broken. Arthur is standing right there, watching his boss work. Silas turns around, giving the boy the same warning he always does: don't get sloppy. He needs Arthur to be careful as he finishes the job. As he wipes the dust and mana residue from his hands, Silas sighs. He's got a bad feeling about this. This job, it's going to be a total headache, way more troublesome than their usual runs. Arthur stays completely quiet the entire time, just soaking it all in. He's usually got something to say, but right now, his mind is miles away. He's just listening, lost in his own thoughts. Silas notices the kid is spacing out, and puff, he blows a thick cloud of cigarette smoke right into Arthur's face. Yeah, that's one way to get someone's attention, I guess. Arthur coughs, waving his hands frantically to clear the air. "What was that for?" he asks, looking annoyed. He was clearly deep in thought before that smoke bomb hit him out of nowhere. Silas just shrugs. He tells Arthur to get his head out of the clouds and focus on the mission. In this business, being distracted is a one-way ticket to a shallow grave. The commander leans in, asking if he's still hung up on that miracle cure. He knows Arthur is obsessed with the idea of a medicine that can actually bring someone back from the dead. Arthur starts walking toward the shimmering gate, trying to act cool. He tells Silas that those legends aren't reliable anyway. No way something like that actually works, right? It's just a fairy tale. But as he leans against the massive frame of the gate, his mind is racing. Even if this nectar is considered the ultimate antidote, would it really be enough to save his father's condition? He fears his father is beyond any magic. With a heavy heart, the young man pushes the mysterious gate open, and a brilliant, blinding light spills out from the world waiting on the other side. Arthur thinks to himself that if a cure really existed, his father would have never given up that last shred of hope. He steps through the threshold, leaving the dark tunnels behind for good. He passes through, and wow, he's standing in a sprawling mountainous region under a sky so clear and blue it almost looks fake. The transition from the underground to this beauty is jarring. Arthur shields his eyes, squinting against the sudden, harsh glare of the sun. The view is absolutely breathtaking, green peaks and endless horizons as far as the eye can see. It's stunning. Ever since the great rifts tore the earth apart, these zones have popped up everywhere. But in the kingdom of Astris, two stand out as the most dangerous and bizarre of them all. First, there are the infernal peaks, a nightmare of active volcanoes and flowing lava. Then, there's the Agra Wilds, a massive, suffocating jungle that seems to swallow everything it touches. Arthur is right on the edge of the Agra Wilds, prepping his gear for the exploration. This isn't just a forest, it's a living, breathing death trap waiting for its next victim. The Agra Rift sits right where the old capital city of 𝑬𝒏𝒕𝒆𝒔 used to be. Now, you can barely see the ruins because the forest has completely overtaken the once great stone buildings. This dungeon doesn't stay put. It's swallowed up the neighboring districts of Mapo and Yen. Most of this territory is still a total mystery, hidden under a canopy of prehistoric trees. While the outer edges are only a rank D threat, the heart of the jungle, where the wasp's nest, is a terrifying S-rank zone. That's where the deadly nectar is hidden and where things get real. The courier responsible for the nectar tried to take a shortcut through the Borma marshes. Silas explains the situation while checking his map, looking more serious than he has all day. But once the courier hit that zone, he went completely dark. Silas doesn't think the guy ran off with the goods. That would be stupid. Something else must have happened out there. The poor guy probably fought through hell trying to survive. Now, all Arthur has to do is reach the drop-off point and bring that celestial nectar back in one piece. Simple, right? Before Arthur sets off, Silas stops him one last time. He tells the kid to stay focused and not get distracted. He needs his best scout sharp if they're going to pull this off. Arthur just smiles, pulling his protective mask over his face. He jokingly asks if Silas is worried he'll take the nectar and run. It's a bit of light-hearted banter before the real work begins. Silas doesn't laugh. He knows Arthur isn't that stupid. He's got too much to lose, and Silas knows exactly how to keep his subordinates on a very short leash. He gives Arthur one final warning. Remember, the nectar is precious. And in a place like the Agra Wilds, humans aren't the only ones willing to risk their lives to get a taste. With the speech over, Arthur hooks his rope to the cliff and rappels down into the heart of the forest. He disappears into the thick green canopy, leaving the safety of the heights behind. Once he hits the forest floor, he stops. The air is heavy. He can smell it, that strange, sweet scent of the nectar. It's definitely here, but it's attracting way too much attention. Suddenly, Arthur freezes. He looks down at the mud and his heart skips a beat. He's not just shocked, he's genuinely irritated. This mission just got a whole lot more complicated. Right there, pressed into the dirt, is a massive footprint. We're talking giant-sized. Arthur realizes the nectar isn't just attracting birds, it's bringing out the monsters you really don't want to meet. Meanwhile, deeper in the thicket, the birds are suddenly taking flight in a panic. Something is disturbing the peace of the jungle, and it's moving fast through the undergrowth. A girl with pointed ears, an elf, is sprinting through the brush, her chest heaving as she gasps for air. She's terrified, looking over her shoulder like death is right on her heels. She dives behind a massive ancient tree, trying to quiet her breathing so she doesn't get caught. Her name is Alara, a first-year trainee, and she is way out of her league. Birds scatter from the trees in a panic. An elven girl, her pointed ears twitching in fear, sprints through the brush, her lungs burning as she flees from a nightmare. She collapses behind an old oak, desperate for just 1 second of peace to catch her breath. Her name was Seraphina, and she was a first-year student at the Royal Academy. Meet Gwen, a young warrior facing the absolute worst day of her life. This was supposed to be a simple journey to the dungeons for her squire's exam, but right now, she's frozen stiff, staring in pure, unadulterated terror at the shadow beside her. Our girl is beyond worried because this wasn't the easy trial she expected. Instead, she's come face to face with a nightmare that has no business being here. It's a massive, towering beast, and it's hunting her down. Gwen holds her breath, staying deathly still. She's praying, hoping she can just vanish before the monster catches her scent. But then, a sudden gust of wind hits, and she realizes the one thing she dreaded most. This exam was supposed to be a breeze. Within the time limit, Gwen just had to gather coins scattered through the dungeon depths. Sure, it was a simulation for real combat, but this area was ranked as a low-level zone. It's basically a playground for beginners, a test that any novice adventurer should pass with their eyes closed. But this monster, it's stalking Gwen in total silence. By the time she notices, the beast is right behind her, wearing a sickening grin. Panic sets in. Usually the creatures here are weak and pretty mindless, but this thing is different. A four-armed giant with terrifying strength swings a massive blow. Gwen barely dodges it, it's a literal hair's breadth from death. Her instincts scream at her to run, but looking at the sheer scale of the titan, she knows she can't outrun it. At that moment, she realizes she needs a miracle. She reaches for her bow, pulling 3 arrows from her quiver with trembling hands. Despite the impossible odds, she chooses to stand her ground. She's fighting back. The 3-star abyssal titan begins to inhale, preparing a monstrous, devastating breath attack. In a desperate gamble for her life, Gwen lets 3 arrows fly. But the monster doesn't even flinch, it just casually raises a hand to block its face. The attack, completely useless. The titan's skin is tougher than solid iron plating. Her chances are basically 0. With one of its 4 arms, the beast slams the ground, sending a shockwave of wind and jagged rocks flying everywhere. Somehow, through pure skill, Gwen dances through the chaos. Even while midair, she's already knocking another arrow. She knows that standard shots won't pierce that hide, but she's out of options. She has to try something. 3 more arrows streak toward the beast, this time propelled by enchanted wind. They manage to prick the titan's skin, but it doesn't care. It keeps that terrifying, hollow expression fixed right on her. But wait, Gwen wasn't actually trying to kill it yet. She didn't care if it blocked her shots. She just needed it to step closer. She needed that monster to drop its guard for just 1 second. Now she readies a new arrow, one glowing with searing fire magic. This is her play. She hits the ground and pours every ounce of mana into the shot. See, Gwen is an arcane archer, a class that fuses magic into their tips. She's determined now, confident. It's time to teach this overgrown beast a lesson it won't survive. She triggers her flame bombardier skill. The arrow screams through the air, literally tearing up the earth beneath it. There are no limits to the magic an arcane archer can imbue, and Gwen chose the biggest explosion she could possibly muster. The moment it hits, boom. A massive pillar of fire erupts, bright enough to be seen across the entire forest. Gwen stares into the inferno, searching for any sign of the beast. That blast should have been enough to vaporize any 3-star monster. But her heart sinks. As the smoke clears, she sees the nightmare isn't over. The monster is clinging to 2 trees. It actually managed to leap away at the last millisecond. Now it's absolutely livid. It's snarling, furious that its prey actually dared to fight back. Gwen's heart hammers against her ribs. Her ultimate move only works if it actually lands. Dark thoughts start creeping in. Is this it? Is she going to die here? She's completely out of moves. Before she can even think about retreating, the monster drops down, ready to end her. It charges with insane speed. Gwen turns and bolts in the opposite direction, a desperate attempt to stay alive. The Titan is loving this. It's got a psychotic look in its eyes. It's playing with its food. But then, as if the heavens themselves answered her prayer, out of nowhere, our protagonist drops from the sky, slamming his weapon into the Titan with bone-shattering force. Gwen can't believe her eyes. She looks up at her savior like he's a hero straight out of a legend. Still in the air, Arthur locks eyes with the girl he just saved. Gwen is speechless while that giant, it just took a massive hit. The beast is reeling, still dazed and trying to stay upright, while our boy Arthur sticks a perfect landing atop a nearby oak. A direct hit to the jaw, and yet, it wasn't enough to drop it. Looking down, he sees those monstrous eyes fixed on him, pure, unadulterated rage. This thing is beyond pissed. Arthur reaches into his cloak, pulling out a strange, metallic cylinder, a forbidden piece of kit. It's a tool used by the most desperate dungeon crawlers. With his mace in one hand and the device in the other, he dives back into the fray. Lady Alina is watching from the shadows, completely floored. She never imagined a commoner would have the guts to challenge a Titan head-on. In her mind, he's sprinting toward his own funeral. The massive great ape lets out a roar and lunges, its heavy arms swinging like falling trees. The monster is out for blood, but Arthur, he just shouts a command loud enough to pierce through the Titan's screaming. "Close your eyes, now!" Alina doesn't get it, but the sheer authority in his voice makes her flinch and shut them tight. Arthur points the device straight at the beast's face. It's a split-second gamble, life or death, and there's no room for error. Suddenly, the metal tool in Arthur's grip begins to hum with a terrifying, white-hot energy. The young man squeezes his eyes shut just as the machine reaches its breaking point. Boom, a blinding flash erupts, turning the dark woods into midday. The Titan is caught dead center, its vision completely fried in an instant. Alina, following that mysterious warning, keeps her face shielded behind her cloak. That light, it was like staring at the sun. The monster had no clue what hit it. It takes the full force of the flash right in the retinas, leaving it stumbling and helpless. A guttural roar of agony echoes through the trees as Arthur hits the ground, his heart hammering against his ribs. That was his last shot. The tool is dead. It's called a sun shard, a rare, dangerous relic. These things are crafted from the scales of deep-sea sirens found only in the darkest oceanic dungeons. Their power, to paralyze. It's the ultimate escape tool for adventurers, but the cost is high. It's effective, sure, but it's ruined more lives than it's saved. See, the performance was so intense that people started going blind just by being near it. Total vision loss for anyone careless. That's why the High Kingdom banned them years ago. Carrying one is a one-way ticket to a dungeon cell. Even with her eyes shut, the light was overwhelming. Alina slowly blinks, trying to find her bearings as a shadow passes her by. Arthur doesn't stop. "I've bought you some time," he calls out. "The rest is up to you. You've got seconds, make them count." He knows the rules. As long as he stays away from the Royal Knights, he might just walk away from this without a bounty on his head. His old boss's words ring in his ears. Shadow dealers are like rats to the law. They'll crush you just for the sport of it. Knights get huge rewards for bringing in smugglers. If Arthur slips up even once, He's getting handed over to the king's executioner. So the plan is simple. Vanish. Don't look back, don't play the hero, just get out alive. He's sprinting through the brush, face set in stone, when he feels a prickle on the back of his neck. Something is following him. He looks back and seriously, the girl is tailing him. Arthur groans, wondering what on earth she could possibly want. She's gasping for air, her noble robes torn, but Alina isn't stopping. She's determined to catch her mysterious savior. Arthur isn't about to get caught in a trap. He taps into that hidden well of power and kicks his speed into overdrive. Alina blinks and he's gone. 1 second he was right there and the next, just empty forest and shadows. Wait, where did he? She scans the clearing, completely confused. The boy simply vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a heavy mace slams into her side, not to kill, but to pin. The impact sends her tumbling into the dirt. Arthur is over her in a flash, pinning her down. Are you stupid? He hisses. Why the hell are you following me? Alina, wide-eyed and trembling, stammered out the truth. She just wanted to say thank you for saving her life. Arthur's gaze is ice cold. You think I'm that naive? Nobody risks their neck just to say thanks in a place like this. She stops pretending. Fine, it's not just that. I know you're a shadow dealer, but I'm not here to arrest you. She looks him in the eye. I want to hire you. Arthur goes quiet, his grip on the mace tightening as he processes that. Then he sees it, the crest of the Royal Knight Academy on her tunic. He sighs, finally letting the tension go. He pulls the weapon away from her throat. I was going to let this slide. Consider this your one and only warning. He turns his back, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous rumble. He has zero interest in playing games with some academy brat. If you follow me again, Arthur warns, I won't just pin you down. I'll make sure they never find the body. The threat is real, and Alina feels the cold shiver of death. For a moment, she's paralyzed by the weight of his words. But she finds her voice. A smuggler's bounty is 50 million gold, but a royal hunter, that's 400 million. Arthur stops dead. He was ready to walk, but that number, that kind of gold changes everything. Our boy looks at the girl's hand, and his eyes nearly pop out. Lady Seraphina is clutching a legendary necklace known as the Crimson Tear. She tells him flat out, he'd have to haul in 5 of the kingdom's deadliest outlaws just to afford this thing. We're talking over 200,000 gold crowns. Her hands are shaking, sweating buckets, but she looks him in the eye and says this is just the down payment. If Alaric helps her pass the exam, the real money starts flowing. Alaric is stunned. He thought she was just some pampered noble brat, but man, she's actually loaded and dangerously focused on her goal. Seraphina doesn't care if he thinks she's crazy. She's got the wealth, and she's got the grit to use it. She holds that necklace up high. This is the golden ticket Alaric needs to flip his entire life upside down. He just sighs. Deep down, he knew some drama like this was bound to happen. He actually apologizes. He tells her it's her own fault, because now he's got absolutely zero reason to finish her off. She's confused as hell. What does he mean? But then, a massive shadow swallows the sun, plunging the world into ice-cold darkness. Alaric looks up, voice cold. He warned her. He told her she only had a few seconds left. High above, the behemoth ape is already midair, coming down like a mountain to crush both youths into paste. Boom! The monster slams all 4 arms into the dirt with bone-shattering force, but our duo barely manages to dive out of the way. Suddenly, Seraphina sees something flying toward her. She catches it instinctively and realizes it's the same baton Alaric was using before. Don't just stare at it, he barks. He asks if she remembers that fire attack from earlier. It clicks. Seraphina remembers exactly how she infused that arrow with flames. He needs her to do it again. Light that baton up and throw it back to him, pronto. But she panics. She's tapped out. 0 mana left in the tank. Alaric isn't taking no for an answer. He tells her to figure it out, because he can't keep this titan busy with just his bare fists for much longer. Seraphina starts desperately squeezing every drop of magic into the baton. She's got less than 1/4 of her power left, and that's being generous. Her last big strike used up almost everything she had. She's running on fumes. As Alaric brawls with the monster, she has a dark thought. There's no way she can hurt this beast with so little power. Maybe she should just run. While the boy is playing distraction, she could make a break for it and save herself. But Alaric keeps going, drawing the monster's rage and dodging death by an inch every time. He's annoying, sure, but he's the only thing keeping her alive. Then, in a flash of pure instinct, she lets it fly. The flaming baton streaks through the air with terrifying precision. Alaric snatches it midair. Seraphina watches him, thinking she must be absolutely insane to risk everything for one person. Our boy doesn't waste a second. He leaps into the sky, spinning like a whirlwind with that burning weapon. But then he grumbles. He's disappointed. He says this is barely a fraction of the power she had before. "Whatever," he says, "it'll have to do." With total confidence, he grips the baton and charges straight for the monster's throat. This is it, the climax. Seraphina remembers a lesson they drill into every student at the Royal Vanguard Academy. Watching him fight is like watching a master at work. Brute strength. Yeah, it's cool, but it's not the most important thing for a knight. The secret to winning, it's all in the timing. And Alaric, he's nailing it. He dodges every swipe, waiting, watching for that one tiny opening. There, the behemoth ape misses a heavy swing, leaving its guard completely wide open. It's the perfect moment. In the world of adventurers, effectiveness is everything. Seraphina is absolutely floored by what she's seeing. Alaric weaves through the chaos and seizes his chance. This is the end. He brings that flaming baton up with everything he's got, slamming it right into the monster's chin. A massive explosion rocks the area. When the smoke clears, the beast's jaw is shattered and its face is a total wreck. Alaric's glasses crack from the pressure, but he doesn't care. He won. He lets out a small, satisfied smile. Suddenly, we flash back. A stunning estate bathed in the golden glow of a setting sun. A young Seraphina is finished playing with her friends. It's time to head back to the manor. Her personal bodyguard is already there with a carriage waiting. She waves goodbye, promising to see her friends tomorrow. But then she hears them. Her friends are whispering behind her back about how lucky she is to be born with a silver spoon. They had no idea. Yeah, she could have anything she wanted, but it wasn't just luck, it was her bloodline. Her father was the head of the Sterling Mercantile Guild, the fourth most powerful trade empire in the entire kingdom. They were famous across the globe, and she was the one meant to inherit it all. A forbidden romance between a man and an elf princess, a union that would eventually give birth to a legend destined to shake the foundations of the kingdom. That legend was Gwen, a half-elf with hair as dark as midnight and a fire in her soul that just wouldn't quit. She didn't just respect the kingdom's knights, she worshipped them. To Gwen, those heroes were everything. More than anything in the world, she dreamed of becoming a legendary adventurer herself, obsessing over it more than anyone else. She was ready to sacrifice every comfort to chase that dream. But then, the scene shifts. A highborn elf stands over her, sighing that the task is simply impossible. Gwen is completely spent, collapsed and gasping for air on the dirt. Right then, the blonde elf scoffs, claiming her elven blood is practically non-existent. To him, she might as well be a common human. The elf turns to the man beside him, arguing that pushing the girl any further is just cruel, and they need to shut this dream down. But Gwen's father, Lord Alaric, isn't backing down. He stands his ground, explaining that he isn't forcing her into anything, he's just supporting her fire. He tells the elf that elven magic isn't some strict requirement to become a great adventurer, but the elf just shakes his head in disagreement. Sure, compared to a normal peasant, the girl has some spark, but the elf is blunt. She's only slightly above average at best. Hard work, sweat, it won't matter. He tells Alaric straight up that his daughter's efforts will never actually be rewarded with the greatness she seeks. He warns Alaric that Gwen is just like her mother, his own sister, stubborn to a fault. She won't ever give up on her own, and that's the problem. The elf's voice turns cold as ice. He claims that no matter how hard she trains, she'll never stand a chance against the truly elite, monster-class human warriors. Maybe if she breaks her back and gets up every single time she's beaten down, she might become decent, just decent. We see a flash forward to Gwen as a teenager. The elf's final warning rings out. Her effort might earn her a little praise as a normal human, but that's the limit. She was born with noble blood, a famous name, and massive wealth, things that actually make her hard work feel completely pointless to the outside world. People won't see her struggle. They'll just envy her and mock her, eventually leaving her completely isolated as some spoiled noble girl playing at being a hero. And here's the kicker. Even if Gwen somehow becomes strong, the social isolation will eventually break her. You can't fight the world alone forever. Because at the end of the day, true talent doesn't just fall from the heavens. Cut back to the present, where Arthur has just completely decimated his enemy. Gwen is standing there, jaw dropped, absolutely stunned by the sheer violence she just witnessed. It was like watching a god walk the earth. When our hero finally touches down, the massive beast he was fighting hits the forest floor with a bone-shaking thud. The impact is deafening. The monster, completely erased. One direct hit to the face was all it took to turn a nightmare into a corpse. Arthur stands there, heavy mace still in hand. He's acting like it was just another Tuesday until something catches his attention. He feels a slight itch and glances to the side. That's when he locks eyes with Gwen. She's pale, trembling, and staring at him like she's just seen a ghost rise from the grave. She whispers that it's impossible. She can't wrap her head around the fact that her savior is just some teenager who looks like he should be in a classroom. Arthur reaches up, touches his face, and then it hits him. He freezes. Pure irritation washes over him for being so incredibly careless. We get a quick memory of Lord Julian warning him to watch out for his spectacles. Apparently, those things were worth a fortune. Arthur had laughed it off, thinking they were just cheap 5,000 crown junk you'd find at a street stall. Boy, was he wrong. Julian had explained they were high-level gear, masking his face, altering his voice, and packed with more than 4 major magical enchantments. Back in reality, those expensive enchanted glasses are nothing but sparkling dust on the ground, shattered beyond repair during that last explosive attack. Arthur covers his face with his hand, cursing his luck. Nothing is going the way he planned, and the frustration is starting to boil over. Gwen, still dazed, stammers out a question. She asks if he's some elite veteran from the Royal Knights Academy. Arthur is done. He just wanted a quiet, normal mission, and now everything is a mess. He snaps back with a harsh no. His anger is visible now, veins popping as he turns his gaze on her. He demands that the young woman hand over the payment she promised immediately. He expects a fight, but she doesn't hesitate. She hands over the enchanted necklace so fast it actually catches him off guard. It's almost annoying how rich she is. Arthur snatches the jewel from her hand before she can even blink, his mood souring even further. He inspects the necklace closely, checking the weight and the shine. Thankfully, it's the real deal. At least something went right today. Gwen pipes up again, asking if he needs more gold. She mentions she knows the tuition for the elite training centers is sky-high. She's about to offer to pay his way through school, but Arthur cuts her off before she can finish. He tells her flatly he's not a student. The girl is floored. Her assumptions were miles off. Arthur stares her down and clarifies the truth. He doesn't go to any school. In fact, he's never even set foot inside an adventurer's academy in his entire life. Gwen is left speechless as the reality of his raw power finally sinks in. She looks at Alaric, checking him over to make sure he's real. Then, catching her breath, she asks if the boy needs coin for his studies. She mentions that she knows how expensive the tuition for the Knights Academy can be, even for someone who isn't from a noble house. She's about to offer to pay his way, but Alaric stops her cold. He clarifies that he isn't a student at any academy or warrior school in the kingdom. Seraphina is stunned. She'd completely misread him. Alaric just looks at her and tells her that her assumptions about him were dead wrong from the start. He explains that he's never stepped foot inside a training hall and has never even been a formal student of the blade. He learned his skills in a much darker place. Not even close. On the contrary, Julian was just a commoner from a regular village school. Jane stared at him, demanding to know who his master was. "Nobody," he replied. He walked up to her, hands in his pockets and eyes dead serious. He'd learned everything on his own. Now it was Jane's turn to get ticked off. She started shouting, calling it absolute garbage. There was just no way. She argued that his timing and his flow were too perfect for an amateur. Julian had to be pulling her leg. But instead of an answer, Julian did something totally ungentlemanly. Something flew through the air and smacked her right in the forehead. Realizing he'd actually thrown something at her, she caught it and barked, "What the hell is this?" She looked closer. It was an identity card. She pulled the parchment from its leather casing to see who her savior really was. Her jaw dropped. It was a commoner's pass from Westfield Academy. The name on the card, Arthur Julian. Julian told her not to bother memorizing it. It was just a run-of-the-mill school, one of 1,000 in the kingdom. After everything she'd seen, Jane was on the verge of a total breakdown. "Impossible," she whispered. Julian wasn't playing around, though. He leveled his baton at her throat and demanded she hand over her own credentials. He needed proof. Student seal, family crest, anything to show he wasn't being played. He grabbed the slip and read the name, Lady Jane Seymour. Then he checked the magical seal to see if it was the real deal. Our boy confirmed she was his age and definitely a noble student from the Knights, Citadel. Suddenly, he stuffed her ID right into his own pocket. Jane was baffled. "Hey, why are you keeping that?" Julian looked at her like she was slow. She made him an offer, and since his identity was out, he wasn't taking any risks. If he was going to take a mission for her, he needed collateral. No way was he letting her betray him. He didn't do jobs without backup plans, and he wasn't finished yet, not by a long shot. Julian pulled out his monostone device and suddenly threw an arm around Jane's shoulders, pulling her into a tight hug. The poor girl turned bright red. Julian explained he was taking a portrait of them together. If she ever backstabbed him, this image was proof. Proof that a noble lady was the accomplice of a black market smuggler. As the flash went off, Jane was frozen in shock. Julian realized she might have just made a massive mistake. With a terrifying look, he told her to smile for the picture. Right then, she realized she'd stepped into a den with a monster. This guy was way more dangerous than any beast she'd ever imagined. She forced a tiny, pathetic laugh for the device, but there was no turning back. The die was cast. Snap! Julian took the portrait of the two of them standing right next to the rotting corpse of the forest giant. He checked the screen, making sure the lighting was perfect, then turned back to Jane. "Fine, let's talk gold. What do you want?" Still reeling from his intense vibe, Jane managed to explain her trial. She needed to collect royal tokens. She had a 6-hour window to find specific tokens hidden across the ruins of the testing grounds. The goal was to find a hidden chest containing a crest to prove she was worthy of the Citadel. She already had one in her bag, but she needed a second one to pass the final exam. The box with the last crest she needed was close by. Julian just stared at her. "Where is it?" The girl revealed the location, the ruins of the old St. Jude's Trade Hall. Julian's eyes widened. It was like he'd just put the last piece of a puzzle together. "I get it now," he muttered. Jane looked at him, confused by his sudden reaction. Julian explained that their meeting wasn't some random coincidence. What he was hunting, it was in that same hall. He gave her a quick rundown of his own contract, and Jane practically screamed. She couldn't believe he was after a sovereign hornet. Julian shook his head. He wasn't after the hornet itself, but its royal jelly, or honey, whatever it was. Apparently, the jelly has a scent so powerful it drives monsters into a frenzy, which explains why the giant was there. He told her it didn't really matter, but he had to ask, was there really nowhere else to get these tokens? Jane looked at her boots, feeling defeated. The trade hall was the only spot left. The other noble factions and hunting parties had likely cleared out every other chest in the area. Julian just watched her. Hearing about the other groups, he finally realized why she was out here all alone. He looked at Jane and gave a small nod. Fine, it's actually more convenient for me this way. Consider it done, he said. And just like that, the most dangerous duo in the ruins was officially born. So Julian lays it out for Lady Seraphina. Enter the ruins, grab the sovereign coin and the royal nectar, and then vanish without a scratch. He's confident, maybe too confident. He was about to talk business and set a fee, but the girl is already on a mission. She blurted it out. She'll pay 950 million gold crowns. She admits that's every single coin she owns. Hearing that insane number, our boy Julian is floored. This girl is absolutely loaded. She even offers to find more if that's not enough, but Julian doesn't let her finish. That'll do, he cuts in, turning to lead the way. He warns her, though, if things get messy, the price goes up. But if the plan stays smooth, that amount is plenty. He looks her over. Does she have enough stamina to run right now? She nods immediately. Yes, and just like that, they're off, sprinting into the deep forest toward their prize. The young noblewoman is trailing behind, completely winded, while she watches Julian. He's moving like it's nothing. Man, he's fast. Julian, meanwhile, is internally sighing. He accepted too fast. Since she's this rich, he definitely should have asked for more. While they're burning through the trees, Seraphina shouts a question. Julian gives her a bored look but says, sure, go ahead. She wants to know, did he really learn to fight all by himself? He catches her off guard. Not everything, he says, but most of it was just him, alone, training like a madman. As they push deeper, Julian actually starts to open up about his childhood. But then he stops. Danger. Right in front of them, two twisted, alien-looking beasts are stalking their next meal. Blood talons, dangerous predators from the fallen kingdom of Bordavia. Julian doesn't waste a second. He barks at Seraphina to get ready. She skids to a halt, yanks her bow, and locks onto the beasts. But Julian, he doesn't even wait for her to fire. He's already a blur, charging straight into the fray to tear them apart. See, Julian never went to some fancy knight academy. Everything he knows, he learned while his life was on the line. Well, except for one thing. When he was a kid, he saw his father move. That one memory. It allowed him to master 3 very specific, very deadly techniques. He closes the distance, baton in hand, and unleashes one of those secret moves on the blood talon. It's called the needle. He channels all his speed and waits into one single, lethal point of impact. Boom. A simple strike, but refined by years of survival and raw talent. This is a move even high-ranking knights struggle with, but Julian, he's got it down perfectly. 1 hit, 1 kill. The other beast was only a low-rank threat, so Seraphina handles it, though she takes a few scratches. She puts her bow away, but she's worried. Something feels off. Blood talons usually travel in packs of at least 5. Julian just nods. It means she's not the only one hunting that royal nectar. Every monster in the area is probably drawn to that scent. And look, they've finally reached the outskirts of the Grand Merchant Hall. He notices she's looking a bit rough. Let's take a breather, he suggests, before they go any further. Back to the talk. She asks again, did he really have 0 formal training as a kid? Julian repeats himself. None. He just watched someone train and mimicked what he saw. But since he was trying to stay hidden and not get caught, he only managed to pick up a few specific moves. He's not used to people digging into his past. Why is she so curious anyway? Instead of an answer, Seraphina just looks frustrated. I really don't like you, she snaps. Suddenly, she hurls something at him. Julian's reflexes are sharp. He catches it instantly. It's a vitality elixir. These things are insanely expensive. He stares at her. You're just giving me this. She tells him to drink up. He's clearly exhausted and needs to be at his best. Julian can't help but smirk. She just said she hated him, and now she's handing over a priceless gift. He doesn't drink it, though. He starts stuffing the vial into his pocket. Seraphina is losing it. What are you doing? I'm selling it later, Julian says. Now she's beyond furious. She starts arguing, yelling that it's worth a fortune and he needs to use it now. But he knows exactly what it's worth. On the black market, that's a massive payday. She's mentally cursing him out. He is so weird, but he's the only help she's got. Julian changes his mind. Since she's all fueled up and doesn't need to rest, the adventure continues. And off they go. He notices she's ready to push forward, so they head back into the fray. Julian's still a bit distracted, thinking how bizarre noble kids are. Honestly, they're just strange, zero concept of the value of gold. They reach the ruins of the sunken citadel. Julian stops her. "Look, Alara, I know you've heard this, but let's go over the plan one more time. The goal, get the supplies and get out, period. No hunting monsters, no unnecessary risks." He's dead serious. No matter what's crawling inside, she has to stay calm and follow his lead. Julian knows she's trained hard, but this is survival, and survival is his specialty. He needs her to trust him. But Alara's acting off. She's feeling this weird sensation, something she can't quite put a name to. Last semester at the Royal Knights Academy, she was a total ghost. Nobody knew her name, and she was always the one left out. This was the first time she'd ever walked into a death trap with someone who didn't look down on her. Julian stands up, his eyes cold. Time to move. Alara takes a breath, her heart pounding as they face the danger. They're standing before the old Grand Conservatory ruins now. It's a stone skeleton completely choked by twisted vines and dark thorns. Inside, it's pitch black. A ruined forest has swallowed the halls, trees growing through the very floors. Suddenly, a chill hits them. Not just Alara, Julian feels it too. They both go on high alert. An overwhelming pressure starts to crush the air around them. Alara gasps, "What is that?" Julian doesn't know. In all his years of scavenging, he's never felt an aura this terrifying. Then they see the carnage. Mutilated monster corpses everywhere. Whoever did this, they're on a whole different level. People can be brave when they have a plan. But when something happens outside that scope, that's when the real fear starts. These monsters aren't from this level. They're high-rank threats that even professional knights would fear. Looking at the bloodbath, they can't even imagine what kind of nightmare is lurking in the shadows. "Don't lose your focus," Julian warns. Something extremely dangerous is close, and he knows she can feel it. Alara's stunned. The reality is way more gruesome than she imagined, but for now, they have to push forward. Movement, a silhouette flickers in the dark. Julian draws his spear in a flash as a beast rises. It's a slasher fiend, at least a 3-star threat. Julian doesn't wait, he charges straight in. The creature's jaw unhinges, and boom, a massive whip-like tongue lashes out at him. Julian blocks with his staff, but something's wrong. The creature's tongue has completely coiled around his weapon. The beast yanks. The force is massive, pulling Julian right toward its gaping maw. He makes a split-second choice. He lets go of the staff. If he hadn't, he'd be a snack right now. He recovers midair, safely away, and glares at the monster. It's time to get aggressive. He lunges from above, landing a bone-shattering kick. It's a direct hit. Alara watches, breathless. He calmly grabs his staff off the ground. Alara is terrified. She didn't expect the thing to still be alive. But its survival instincts are insane. Julian kept it breathing on purpose, though. "It's a warning," he explains. He needs it to scream. These things howl for help when they're dying. Alara's confused. "Who are you trying to alert?" Then she sees the answer. A new figure emerges from the gloom. He looks bored, complaining about how much trash he has to clean up. Alara realizes this is another seeker, a mercenary, but Julian is already tensed for a fight. The man looks them over. 2 kids playing at being smugglers, that's not normal. Then he spots it, the crest on Alara's cloak. In the blink of an eye, he's gone. He reappears right in front of them, smirking. "From the Royal Knights Academy, are we?" Alara stammers a yes. The man just sighs. "What a pity, you picked a bad place to die." Alara's blood runs cold, but Julian cuts through the fear. "Don't listen to him. This guy isn't just an explorer. He's a rogue assassin here for the Imperial Nectar. He probably killed his own client already, a traitor who doesn't care about the rules." The man just laughs. Rules only matter if you get caught, and so far, I've been very lucky. He'd heard the rumors about the nectar being smuggled through these ruins. His plan was to ambush the transport, but things got complicated. Now, he's got a new job, exterminating the witnesses. He finally confirmed it. He'd made it inside, but the target was still missing, likely holed up in some dark corner of the smugglers' catacombs. Listening in, Arthur realized the terrifying truth. The communication blackout at the trade hub wasn't some monster's venom. It was him. Every bit of the chaos was orchestrated by the man standing right in front of them. Even without a single blow exchanged, Arthur's gut screamed at him. This guy was a monster, a different breed of killer altogether. The man actually had the nerve to offer them a merciful death if they just cooperated. He was clearly levels above the freak they'd fought earlier. Arthur whispered to Clara, telling her to grab the coins and bolt. He was going to buy her every second he could. With this high-tier night here, the monsters in the area had likely cleared out. "Run as fast as you can," he urged. But before he could even finish his sentence, the man lunged. It was blindingly fast, yet somehow, Arthur managed to sidestep the blade. "Go now," he barked at her. "Don't be an idiot. Gold is useless if you're dead. Just stay alive." Seeing her escape, the man's face twisted into a snarl. "Big mistake," he hissed. "You two actually had a chance of surviving if you stayed together." Arthur wasn't listening. He centered his breathing, channeling every ounce of power he had left into a single focus. He gripped his staff with a newfound violence, his movements suddenly so sharp it actually rattled the man. He was reading the knight's every move. Before the man could react, something heavy was flying straight at his face. It was Arthur's boot. He slammed his heel into the man's face with everything he had, sending him tumbling backward. But Arthur didn't celebrate. He watched as the man stood back up, wiping his lip with a cold, surprising laugh. He definitely underestimated the kid. The man admitted Arthur was better than the average pro, but playtime was over. It was time to bring out the real equipment. "Don't be scared," the man smiled. "I'll make this quick." This was Sir Alaric Dewin, an elite vanguard of the gold tier. As he stepped forward, the very earth beneath him began to shatter. Meanwhile, in a quiet camp nearby, a man slurped down some hot stew. Honestly, the noodles were fantastic. He offered some to a bald merchant sitting across from him, but the guy was too stressed to eat. "Relax," the man said. "Our friend won't be waking up from his nap anytime soon." The merchant was fuming. He'd paid a king's ransom for that bodyguard, only for the guy to fall asleep right in the middle of a job. He paced around, bragging about his own days as a mercenary, but the man just shook his head. "Don't blame him too much. He didn't lose because he was weak. He lost because he wasn't a killer," the man explained. "People forget that most knights are trained to hunt beasts, not men. If you aren't used to the psychological warfare of a human-on-human fight, you're going to lose to a smuggler every single time." The merchant looked horrified. He'd heard rumors of knights hunting their own, but he didn't want to believe it. The man nodded. The higher the rank, the bigger the prize. At that level, fights are inevitable. Greed turns even the best of friends into traitors. It's a cold world. Your own colleagues will slit your throat if the reward is high enough. The merchant stammered, asking how they got away with it. The man just chuckled. "Who's going to stop them? Inside the ruins, there are no laws. You just tell the guild a monster killed him. No witnesses, no alibi, just a tragedy. To survive the elite tiers, you have to be a predator." But he noted there was another factor at play here. That sleeper on the ground, his rank was too low. Attempting to ambush a companion like that is amateur hour. If you get caught, it means the fight was clean, which is a fancy way of saying it was a brawl without the right gear. The merchant blinked. "Equipment." The man explained that enchanted weapons and armor are the lifeblood of a knight. Even that sleeper could have one if he'd been geared up properly. In this world, your equipment is literally half of your combat ability. Arthur was finding that out the hard way. Back at the ruins, Arthur's strike had been perfect. Forceful, accurate, and aimed right for the kill. But the man's blade had a mind of its own, parrying the blow with supernatural ease. "Focus, boy," the knight taunted. Arthur barely raised his staff in time to block a lethal counter. Disrespecting your opponent is one thing, but disrespecting your own life, that's how you die. Before Arthur could reset, a massive kick caught him square in the chest. The force was unreal. He was launched backward, skidding across the stone for meters until he finally slammed his feet down to stop the slide. He didn't even have a second to breathe. The man was already on him, a blur of steel raining down a flurry of slashes. Arthur twisted and parried, but the speed was too much. A thin line of red opened up across his cheek. The knight was laughing now, his confidence peaking. "Come on, show me that fire from before," he roared. But it was a losing battle. The man was wearing the Shadow Mantle, an S-rank cursed armor that was pure nightmare fuel. It feeds on the wearer's own blood to skyrocket their strength and defense. Arthur wasn't just fighting a knight anymore, he was facing a berserker. Openings were rare, almost non-existent, but Alistair knew if he messed up a single countermove, it was game over. Death was a certainty. The duel raged on as the madman spiraled out of control, his blade whistling in a vicious horizontal arc aimed right for the boy's gut. Alistair's heart nearly stopped. The lunatic laughed, thinking he'd finally trapped his prey, even though the kid had survived far longer than expected. But then, the unexpected happened. Alistair actually smiled, asking if today was a holiday before casually shrugging off his heavy traveler's cloak. He stood his ground, admitting he actually liked the madman's fine silks, but honestly, the guy wasn't half as tough as he looked. Sure, that massive aura had been intimidating at first, but if this was all a high-ranking knight could do against an unarmed student, then he was just a mediocre hack who relied way too much on his gear. Hearing those words hit the man's ego like a physical blow. He started screaming, a raw, uncontrollable sound, promising the boy would suffer for his sheer arrogance. Alistair remained calm. He wasn't the one in a rush here. His opponent needed a quick win to find the serum and finish off the others. The advantage belonged to Alistair as long as he kept stalling. The pressure was mounting, and he could see the madman starting to crack. His focus was absolute. Malachi charged with a feral roar, desperate to end the stalemate then and there. Alistair braced for impact. The clash of their steel sent shockwaves through the hall, their auras erupting in a violent display of light. Back when he was just a kid, Alistair had learned a secret just by watching. Now it was time for the second form. A swirling vortex of sapphire energy exploded between them. Alistair didn't have the raw strength to win, so he used the enemy's momentum instead. He redirected that crushing force, turning the madman's own power into a counterattack he could never have generated on his own. The technique was called swell, something he hadn't even mastered, but the result was absolutely devastating. That single strike was a monster. The resulting explosion rocked the entire chamber, leaving Alistair gasping as he leaned on his staff. His lungs burned, and his insides were a mess. The cost of that move was high. He honestly never thought he'd use it in a real fight. And to think a professional knight was nothing more than a mindless brawler. Alistair told the man to give up. His time was officially up. The weirdo wasn't done. Drawing a jagged dagger, he told the boy to shut it, his hands shaking with a mix of rage and terror. Then he did the unthinkable. He plunged the blade into his own chest. Alistair froze, but the madman just grinned through the blood. He hissed that no matter what happened next, he was going to make sure that brat on the 5th floor of the Grand Spire died today. Meanwhile, across the estate, Seraphina had finally reached her goal. She stood before a silver casket, her heart racing. She pressed her hand against the glowing blue seal, the mechanism word confirming her identity. She had found it. All she had to do was leave, but the air suddenly felt wrong. She looked back, hesitation creeping into her bones. She remembered Alistair's plea, to run, to survive, because they needed the bounty money to move forward. But could she really just leave him? The effort to believe his words was exhausting, and her mind was a whirlwind of doubt. All she could see was that madman's face. Alistair wouldn't fight like this unless he had a plan to get out alive, right? She weighed her choices, but the story of that madman started long ago. Back at the academy, he was the ultimate bully. A genius from birth, he believed life was a game he'd already won because of his natural-born talent. Praise from the lords was just expected, and standing at the top of his peer group was simply his birthright. But there was one thing he couldn't have: a spot in the Royal Knight Academy. They rejected him flat out. He convinced himself it was all politics, greedy nobles choosing gold over pure talent. It was the only lie he could live with. Because if it were truly about skill, there was no way a genius like him wouldn't be at the top of the list. He had ranked first in every test of endurance. Compared to his peers, he wasn't just a prodigy, he was a god. High marks were a daily occurrence, and while his classmates were in awe, he just soaked up the gossip and the fame. Finally, they reached the last trial before graduation, the moment of truth for the capital's golden boy. After the ceremony, the headmaster approached him with a warning. He said the boy would be a great knight if he didn't let his ego ruin him. He told him to stay humble and keep moving forward, but the boy wasn't listening, not even a little bit. He looked at the headmaster and saw a retired nobody with a boring job. He swore he'd reach heights that old man could only dream of. He was determined to rub his greatness in the world's face. But now, he was lying on a cold dungeon floor, shivering in fear. A savior appeared, claiming he'd rushed over because things looked grim, though he didn't expect to find such a pathetic monster. That same, weak beast had just slaughtered the boy's entire squad. Reality had finally caught up to his ego. The veteran looked down at him with a gaze Alistair knew all too well. It was the same look of pity the boy used to give others. In that dark moment, the boy finally realized the headmaster's warnings weren't just words. They were the truth he'd ignored. Advice, those were just empty words about a future he'd never see. Lord Vane wasn't a chosen hero. He was just slightly better than your average commoner. The weak looked up to him like a god, but in reality, he was barely a step above mediocre. That cloak he wore, crafted entirely from a living vampire. To kill Alistair, Vane forced every drop of his own blood toward his heart, a desperate, lethal price for power. Alistair just smirked, asking if he was sure about that. A cheap trick like that usually ends in a nasty hangover. But the madman didn't hesitate. He lunged. The impact was brutal, a violent explosion of force that shook the ground. His speed didn't actually increase much, but his form, horrifying. The attacks were heavy, jagged, and completely unpredictable. To Alistair's shock, Vane's arms suddenly elongated, stretching like a twisted shadow. Just another insane turn in a day full of surprises. Blood splattered the cobblestones. Vane loomed over his victim, watching Alistair pant for breath, his defensive stance wavering from sheer exhaustion. "Good reflexes," Vane admitted. "You've got talent." But then he asked why a kid with this much potential was working as a lowly border runner. Alistair didn't even understand the question. Popping a healing vial with his teeth, he just stared back. "Suddenly giving me compliments," he spat. "What I do with my life is none of your business, you freak." Vane just laughed. Whatever the answer, he was just thrilled he got to crush a true genius under his boot today. Caught in a twisted dream of superiority, he prepared to strike. But Alistair, he wasn't going down that easily. Despite the broken ribs and the blood, Alistair's body moved with perfect fluidity. Seeing this, Vane's excitement turned into a fever pitch. Alistair knew the truth, though. This monstrous form had a clock on it. If blood was the fuel, there was a hard limit. He just had to bait him, force him to burn through that blood until he had to use his final trump card, the blood needle. But Vane wasn't stupid. He saw the trap coming. He moved to end it now, too late for Alistair to react. Boom! A sudden blazing explosion ripped across Vane's shoulder. Alistair looked up, stunned. Lady Alina had come back. Alistair couldn't help but smile. The girl never listened to a single word he said. Sometimes, her stubbornness was actually touching. Seizing the moment, Alistair swung his heavy staff with everything he had. Crack, the courtyard turned to rubble. As the dust settled, a thin, ghostly mist began to crawl along the floor. Vane's broken body lay still, though Alistair wasn't convinced he was dead just yet. He pulled out a magical recording crystal. "He won't come for revenge," Alistair muttered. "Not if he wants to keep his noble title." That threat would hold him for now. Grabbing his staff, Alistair turned to Alina. "Already forgot I saved your life," he teased. "By my count, that makes twice now. Once at the start, and again when she followed him into this mess. But being a generous guy, he'd only count it as one favor." Alina just huffed, wondering if it actually killed him to say sorry once in a while. The stable yard was a complete wreck. Then they saw it, a strange golden radiance bleeding out from a hole in the earth. It was impossible to ignore. They headed down the stone steps, drawing closer to the source of that mysterious glow. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent so sweet it was almost intoxicating. At the bottom, they found it. A corpse lay slumped against the wall, a silver briefcase clutched in its lap. The golden light was pulsing from inside it. Alistair approached cautiously, closing his eyes for a brief moment of respect before looking back at Alina. He'd warned her she'd see things she couldn't unsee, but she'd followed anyway. Might as well see what was in the box. He reached out, his fingers tracing the cold metal before clicking the latches open. The smell was overwhelming now, sweet, captivating, and dangerously beautiful. It made you want to forget the world. Exposed like this, that scent was like a beacon for every monster in the kingdom. "Royal nectar," he whispered, wondering if there was more hidden in the bag. His gut screamed at him to move and fast. Weird things happen when you linger in places like this. They scrambled back up to the main hall, moving like shadows. But when they got back, Vane's body was gone. The bastard had escaped. Suddenly, a raw scream echoed through the night. Vane was out there, howling into the wind. He swore he'd remember their faces. He swore he'd destroy everything they loved. He ran with pure, unadulterated hatred in his eyes. But life is funny like that. Standing right in his path was a beast, starving, monstrous, and already mid-leap with its jaws wide open. This wasn't the epic end he'd imagined. With no strength left to fight, he became nothing more than monster fodder. His revenge would have to wait for the next life. Maybe he'll be born as something useful then. Even the kids who showed him mercy didn't expect karma to hit that fast. Better to slip out the back door while the sun was still high. The sun finally dipped below the horizon after their long trek. Safety, at last. Julian looked at the girl, realizing they'd actually made it. He asked about her academy trials. Turns out she still had time left. He offered a hand for a final goodbye. It was a hell of a run. Despite the chaos, their partnership had been solid. Their business was done. A genuine, soft smile spread across her face. They shook hands, both feeling that rush of a job well done. As they split up, Julian gave her one last look. He warned her, keep the secret, take the coin, and stay sharp. Unless, of course, she never wanted to see his face again. But she hesitated. There was one more thing. She looked him in the eye and asked, could they meet again? Back at the hideout, trash littered the floor. Lord Cable looked up, intrigued. Julian was back, looking absolutely trashed, torn clothes and all. Looks like he had a fun night. Now it was time for the main event. They pried open the briefcase. That eerie, golden glow flooded the room. This stuff, released to the public, it'd be enough to buy half the kingdom. Pure madness. Cable gave him a nod. Good work. He promised the gold would be sent soon, leaning back and lighting a cigarette. Something was off, though. Julian looked. Distant. Cable squinted through the smoke. You all right, kid? You're acting weird. Was it the knight who died? Cable shrugged it off. The guy died later anyway, nothing for Julian to lose sleep over. He pushed for more details, but Julian shut him down fast. It's nothing, drop it. He wasn't in the mood for talk. Julian gestured to the briefcase. Could he take the scraps? It wasn't the celestial nectar they were after all. Cable laughed. Smugglers' rules. If it's not the target, the finder keeps the loot. That was the law of the trade. He wondered who the lucky kid was. This stuff could wake the dead, but its real power. It shatters a person's natural limits. We're talking a total talent overload. It pushes potential to the absolute max. It's legendary, but there's a catch. It only works on those who haven't reached adulthood yet. Giving it to a grown man would be a total waste of treasure. Definitely meant for some highborn brat at the Royal Academy. Julian turned to leave, and Cable just waved him off. "Send my regards to your old man," Cable called out. Julian grunted. "If I see him." Things weren't great at home lately. Outside, the twilight sky was a bruised purple. Julian's mind drifted back to the academy and what that girl had said. He'd asked if she was hitting on him, but her expression, dead serious. She wasn't playing games. The winter admission exam was coming. It's brutal, exclusive, but she insisted he had the raw talent to crush it. "You have to try," she'd urged. "No knight, no matter how godly, can survive the abyss alone. It's suicide. Dungeons are unreal. They break people. That's why you need a squad, a real team to have your back. Different skills, one heartbeat. That's the only way to survive the darkness. But the academy, it's a viper's nest of politics. Factions, noble houses." He asked if they actually fought, but she just sighed. If only it were that simple. In their class, 2 main factions ruled everything, led by 2 of the top 3 students in the entire school. He asked if she was one of them. Nope, she was an outsider, and the teachers, they don't do a damn thing. It's the students' responsibility to build their own teams. Basically, a polite way of saying you're on your own. Julian saw right through it. She wasn't elite enough to be recruited. She was being left behind. She knew it too. She wasn't a top-tier prodigy, but even the outcasts needed a team to survive the coming years. One of the faction leaders had it out for her. Nothing obvious, just cold, calculated isolation behind her back. Julian joked, did she steal the leader's boyfriend? She just rolled her eyes. Of course not. It was pettier than that. She survived the solo life so far, but the upper-tier trials. She knew she wouldn't make it through them alone. That's why she wanted Julian. With his skills, they might actually stand a chance. He was her wild card. He looked at her medical supplies on the counter. "Funny girl," he muttered. She was definitely something else. Meanwhile, the girl leaned against a wall, exhausted. It had been a hellish day. She finally reached the Sector 12 barrier. Her mind kept wandering back to Julian. As she was leaving, he'd actually listened to her rambling. He'd wished her luck. She honestly didn't think he'd take her seriously, but that final look of his said otherwise. "You're actually on time," a voice boomed. It was Commander Kane, her instructor for close quarters combat. She braced herself. Did something happen? Kane's face was grim. Something was definitely wrong. Monsters were appearing in areas they shouldn't be. No one was killed yet, but the students were losing their minds. The panic was real. Some were already begging for an extraction. It was the exact same area where she'd been. Kane stared her down, his eyes searching hers. "Did you run into any trouble out there?" he asked, his voice low. He didn't even flinch. No questions, no hesitation. He just moved her behind him and told her to stay put. That's when Sarah felt it. A presence so heavy, it felt like the air itself was curdling. She turned her head and nearly stopped breathing. It was a monster, just like the one that devoured that creep earlier, but way bigger. A great alpha ape. Finding one of those in these woods was unheard of. They don't live anywhere near these parts of the kingdom. Something must have lured it here. Sarah's mind started racing. It had to be that scent, the strange smell she'd picked up on earlier. That was the bait. Sir Arthur, the instructor, barked at her again to stay back. All she could do was whisper an apology, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. That beast was locked in, completely obsessed with turning them into its next meal. But people forget, the instructors at this academy, they weren't always teachers. They were legendary adventurers. The public thinks they only took these teaching jobs because of old war wounds or lingering injuries that forced them into retirement. At least, that's the gossip in the capital. Big mistake. The instructor threw a single punch, and the impact was absolute madness. The sheer force was so devastating it actually started pinning the great ape down. Then fire erupted. It surged up his arm like a living thing, and the second it reached the beast's head, boom, total annihilation. The monster's massive, lifeless body slammed into the dirt. Back in their prime, these instructors were known as elite rankers. Even with the monster's head literally exploding, the body just wouldn't stop twitching. His prosthetic arm was completely trashed, smoking from the heat. He looked at her and said she was lucky he was there, because this could have ended in a bloodbath. He placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice softening. He was just glad she was safe. That was all that mattered right now. "Time to get back to the safety of the walls," he said. "People really shouldn't ignore the fact that these teachers are still lethal warriors at heart." Back at the academy, the staff were already asking about the students who'd called for rescue. Those kids, yeah, they're failing. They'll have to retake the entire exam. One of the guys laughed, calling them a bunch of pathetic weaklings. But while he was busy talking trash, one of those weaklings finally walked through the gates. It was her. The one-armed instructor pointed her inside and told her to wait. He needed to verify everyone was accounted for and check the insignias on their uniforms. You could see the relief wash over her. But then, a voice popped up, another girl claiming she knew she'd be just fine. That was Alice. She was acting all worried and sweet, but Sarah knew the truth. This girl was a complete fake, a total snake in the grass. Sarah wasn't buying the concerned sister act for a second. She hit back with pure ice, telling her she knew Alice wasn't actually worried about her. "Oh, it's not for me," Alice smirked. "That was our sister talking." And man, that cut deep, sending Sarah's mind back 6 years to the estate. Her uncle, Lord Cedric, was breathing down her neck. "Increase your output, Sarah. Stay focused." But it was too much. The effort was draining her dry. Practice ended with a sigh. Cedric said it was enough, noting she'd improved since last time, but only by a tiny, pathetic margin. Then came the cheering from the other side of the courtyard. Sarah looked over, completely exhausted, and saw exactly what was happening. It was Alice, pure, unadulterated talent. She mastered the high-level techniques like they were child's play. She didn't just look like nobility, she used magic better than most purebloods. Cedric didn't hold back. He called her cousin a genius and told Sarah that if she stayed on this path, she'd be living in Alice's shadow forever. But being compared was the least of her worries. He warned her to be careful, because the girl had a real sadistic streak hidden behind that smile. Back in the present, Alice was still playing the victim, pouting about why nobody wanted to be on her team despite her massive power. Sarah finally snapped. If she was so curious, they should just form a team together right then and there. But Alice had her excuse ready. She claimed they couldn't because they both had the same role, long-range magical damage. It wouldn't make sense for two people to do the exact same job in one party. Alice acted like it was a problem for someone else to deal with, not her. "But don't worry," she added with a poisonous sweetness. "I'm sure there will be another test for you." Sarah just stared her down. She didn't give a damn about the test. She'd already survived the real nightmare out there. Alice acted all impressed, saying Sarah must have tried her absolute best. But then came the sting. She advised her not to try *2* hard. After all, Alice is the one who's going to inherit the entire family company anyway. Why should Sarah even bother competing? That little chat left Sarah absolutely fuming. She knew exactly what Alice wanted, for her to just give up and disappear. Night fell over the city, the lights of the capital glowing in the distance. Suddenly, a door slammed open. Julian was in a state of pure panic. The Guardian had finally arrived, and Julian was desperate to know if something had gone wrong. The news was devastating. His father had suffered a massive relapse. The doctors were at a total loss. It's a freak condition. His father might be the only person in the entire world currently suffering from it. There's zero record of this in any medical book. I mean, who actually survives being poisoned by dragon's blood? Almost nobody. Julian knew the score. All they could do was palliative care, trying to dull the old man's pain, but they couldn't fix the underlying cause. But that wasn't even the worst part. The ingredients for the painkillers were becoming impossible to find. The only thing that can numb the pain at this stage is the milk from a winged manticore, a beast with a 5-star danger rating. Julian shouted that he had the gold to pay for it, but the doctor just shook his head. It wasn't about the money anymore. A new strength-boosting potion has become the latest craze among adventurers. Even in small doses, it pushes a fighter's limits for hours. And the key ingredient? You guessed it, manticore milk. It used to be considered useless, something you could buy for pennies. But everything has changed. Now, every major merchant guild and high-ranking party is buying up the entire supply, leaving nothing for anyone else. Julian is livid. How can they not have even a drop of the elixir to save a dying man? But the head healer just shakes his head. It is not just about rarity. The amount needed is enough for 10 standard potions. Even if they had the stock, it is a massive ask. If there were a plague, the crown might step in. But for one lone soul, not happening. The kingdom doesn't have a public health net like we would expect in a modern world. They will try their best, but without that key ingredient, they are basically empty-handed. Crushed by the news, Julian collapses on a park bench. His life is spiraling, becoming more of a complex mess by the second. He reaches for his device, calling that noble girl he met earlier, Lady Seraphina. He apologizes for the late hour, but she is all ears. Julian gets straight to the point. He is out of options. He is ready to accept her deal. Hearing this, Seraphina asks if he has any specific conditions in mind. After listening to his plea, she is confident. She says she can pull some strings and that things might just work out. Julian is skeptical. Can she really deliver? She laughs. Her family's guild literally makes that elixir, and since he only needs a bit, it is an easy fix. He did not see that coming, but man, is he relieved. It looks like they have got a verbal agreement. But there is a catch. She reminds him he needs to start prepping for the Royal Academy entrance trials. No time like the present. The next morning, he is at the guild's massive headquarters. Seraphina notes he is actually early. She asks how he is feeling as they walk. Julian is fine, but he wants to know what they are doing there. Simple, they are gauging his potential. See, the world has changed. A normal human usually peaks at copper rank. Silver rank, you are a prodigy. Gold, that is legendary beyond human limits unless you are a mage. To be an explorer, you need silver rank in 5 categories. To enter the Vanguard school, you need gold in at least 3. Julian wonders if it is just a basic fitness test. They do that with children, but once you hit adulthood, it gets way more intense. How intense? He finds out soon enough when he is asked to suit up in some strange, exotic armor. He should have realized why she asked about his health. Standing before him is a massive battle golem. Since he is already there, Julian decides to go all out. He is curious himself, just how much potential does he actually have? Julian prepares to fight. Suddenly, a blue light pulses from the mechanical beast as steam starts hissing from its joints. Seraphina watches, clearly impressed by his stance. Beside her is another woman, a golem expert who notes how brave he is. Most people freeze when the golem activates. This expert is intrigued by the resolve of this boy who wants to transfer schools. Seraphina just smirks, knowing there is more to the story. She sets her coffee down. It is time. The aptitude test begins. The golem's pieces shift and whir, locking onto its target. But Julian, not even a flinch. Usually this test is reserved for 6 or 7-year veterans. That suit he is wearing, it tracks every movement with precision, ensuring his body is pushed to the absolute edge. It is the ultimate way to tell if someone has raw talent or if they have simply been training for a long time. Seraphina knows Julian is a natural, but even so, she expects him to be flagging by now. The other woman turns to Seraphina. She wants to confirm, did this kid really fail the entrance to a specialized school? She is genuinely curious now. With this much talent, whatever he failed must have been nearly impossible. Even on a lower setting, that golem model is used for training professionals. But Julian, he has already identified the pattern. He finds an opening and strikes. It is insane. His raw instincts are already light years ahead of the average professional. Seraphina asks for the final result, but the reading is complicated. Why? Because Julian has not even hit his limit yet. He is just getting started. To find his ceiling, they would have to crank the golem to full strength. The expert asks if Seraphina understands the risk. Testing an unregistered civilian at max power is a crime. But if they do not, they will never know his true limits. As she weighs the possibilities, a cold voice cuts through the room. I do not recall paying you for this. They spin around, startled. It is Director Alaric. He says the lab cannot be used without a formal report. Seraphina pales. It is her uncle. What is he doing here on a Sunday? Alaric stares them down. He hopes there is a damn good reason she is willing to get arrested for this boy. Seraphina steps up, taking full responsibility. She says the request was hers alone. Alaric is not buying it. Is she covering for an employee? He reminds her, this place belongs to her father, not her. The rumors were right. The director is cold as ice. Even to his own family, he shows zero mercy. She hasn't broken a single rule. It's the weekend, and plenty of knights with ties to the noble house use these private training grounds. He was about to continue his lecture, but then Arthur's voice crackled through the comms. He wanted to know if there was some kind of trouble up in the booth. Lord Cedric demanded to know who this kid was, and if he was even in Lady Alina's league. The registrar explained he was just a friend of the lady, S. Poor guy had failed his night trials and lost his chance at a title. Since proper training is expensive, Alina was just trying to help a friend in need. She wanted to give him a hand since he couldn't afford the fees. Cedric glanced at the clockwork guard, which looked like it had been through an absolute war. Processing what he just saw, he declared he'd handle this personally. The guild worker was stunned. What exactly did he mean by that? He'd heard the training bot wasn't cutting it and couldn't be switched out of safe mode. So, he was heading down to face this friend himself. Arthur was still in the dark about the drama. Look, it's pretty common for knights to butt heads, especially when testing someone's true limits. But this time, the power gap was insane. We're talking an opponent who's several tiers above the boy taking the test. Way above his level. Cedric didn't even bother with pleasantries, said he didn't have any time to waste on formal introductions. Arthur knew instantly. This guy, definitely not normal. He had no clue who he was facing, but his instincts were screaming danger. Total high alert. Cedric told him to give it his all, but this stranger was unlike anyone Arthur had ever crossed blades with before. No matter how he analyzed it, this man felt impossible to beat. When the order to attack came, he actually hesitated for a second. He didn't have to worry about holding back on a legend like Cedric. Arthur started channeling his spirit force, preparing for a full-on assault. He charged, but Cedric just stood there, waiting. Don't let the casual look fool you. Cedric is the 7th strongest knight in all of Albion. A true platinum badge legend. Arthur couldn't find a single opening in his stance, but he wasn't about to quit. He'd make his own chance. Time to force an opening. His plan was simple. Wait for the dodge, then land one perfect strike right where it counts. He aimed for the back, trying to exploit the movement. But then, snap, his staff was caught effortlessly with just one hand. Talk about a reality check. Not exactly the plan. Cedric was just too fast, too strong. He even noted that Arthur was way more reckless than he'd first thought. While Arthur was still reeling, Cedric connected with a brutal kick. The impact, absolute agony, it hit like a runaway carriage. Arthur went flying straight toward the stone wall. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Did this guy attack like that because it was just a drill? Or did he actually think that move would work in a real fight? Either way, it didn't matter. The choice was just plain foolish. Both options were mistakes. With a flick of his boot, Cedric kicked the staff back to the boy. Arthur was still conscious, but he'd lost his only weapon. He was totally disarmed, which definitely spiked his adrenaline. It made sense why Cedric was giving it back. He wasn't done yet. So far, the Lord had been patient with the kid's sloppy moves, but he promised that one more mistake would be the last. He'd make Arthur regret ever trying to become a knight. Cedric widened his stance, getting serious. Arthur didn't know why, but he felt a grudge. There was some serious heat behind those eyes, but he wasn't going to let it get to him. He stepped forward once more to engage. Back for more. Cedric figured it would be the same repetitive pattern as before, but the boy was changing his rhythm. Arthur planted his foot firmly, grounding himself for something big. Suddenly, Cedric's senses were on high alert. Something was coming. A double-layered attack. First, a ranged strike to throw the knight off balance, but it still wasn't enough to end it. Arthur knew the Lord wasn't satisfied yet, which was perfect, because he was just getting started. His staff began to glow with a brilliant blue light. He was charging up for a devastating blow. Even someone as seasoned as Cedric couldn't predict what this kid would pull out next. A flurry of strikes rained down. Cedric exhaled a puff of spirit force, admitting it wasn't half bad. He tightened his grip, ready to counter. He blocked every single hit coming from above with perfect poise. Up in the booth, the registrar watched the fight in total disbelief. This looked like a clash between two top-tier professionals. Honestly, with this level of skill, it made no sense that he'd failed his entrance exams. Hard to believe no academy had snatched him up, but let's be real, he's far from perfect. He has a massive weakness holding him back. Alina asked what she meant. Apparently, there's one specific flaw that really drags him down, an area where Alina is actually far superior. Alina was confused. What could it be? Because from where she stood, the boy was currently going toe-to-toe with a legend like Cedric. She was dying to know his secret struggle. Meanwhile, Arthur barely dodged a heavy hook. That punch nearly took his head clean off. The staff were watching with genuine worry now. Arthur had lost his momentum and was taking hit after hit. The tide had turned. He was in absolute agony, struggling to even keep his guard up. But he dug deep, pulling every ounce of willpower he had left to strike back. He swung his staff with everything he had, finally forcing Cedric to step back. The knight noted that Arthur hadn't lost his grip yet. He held on by a thread, but then bam! Cedric's fist buried itself deep into the kid's stomach. Pure, unadulterated power. Arthur hit the wall again, hard. Alina knew Cedric was a beast, but she also knew he was still holding back a huge portion of his strength. Alina watched, heart in her throat. Cedric told the boy not to take the loss to heart. It was always going to end this way, but his potential, that was different. Watching Arthur struggle to accept his loss is just painful. No formal training. That's the verdict from Alara, the Academy's analyst. The boy's got raw talent and reflexes that are off the charts, but the basics, completely missing. It's like he's never spent a single day in an actual training hall in his entire life. Alara's genuinely bummed out. If he just had a foundation, his potential would be through the roof. Absolute greatness. Lady Sarah recalled Arthur mentioning he was entirely self-taught. But Lord Cedric, he's seen this story 1,000 times. Plenty of prodigies who have the gift but are too lazy to polish it. They just coast on talent. But Sarah, she knows that's not Arthur. Not even close. Cedric gives him some points for effort, but his advice is brutal. Give up. Walk away right now. A weakling relying on pure instinct is just asking for a grave. But Arthur pulls himself up. He tells Cedric he hasn't a clue. And he's tired of the garbage coming out of his mouth. He's pissed that Cedric thinks he's just lazy. Cedric actually looks shocked. That last blow was supposed to be the finisher. Arthur wipes his mouth. He doesn't care about the scoreboard anymore. He wants one more round. This time, he's going to show everyone what real hard work looks like. Alara is totally confused. What are they even doing? It's almost funny how they're refusing to quit. But the Academy already has more than enough data to measure his ceiling. His potential is already calculated. Even Sarah tries to step in. Arthur, stop, it's enough. You can just check the results and go home. Cedric sighs. He doesn't know what this kid is trying to prove, but the ending. It's written in stone. It never changes. He thinks Arthur is just desperate for a good job from a master. But let's be real. That is not what Arthur is after. Not even a little bit. Arthur is fuming. He just wants to wipe that smug look off this high-end mighty noble's face. No teachers, no manuals. He had to scrap for every bit of knowledge in the dirt. And honestly, it worked. He's a natural freak of nature. That raw talent filled the holes where formal lessons should have been. Plus, the kids got real-world combat experience, the kind you can't teach. He can pull off moves that shouldn't be possible. He's evolved at a scary pace, but he's never actually thought he was better than anyone. In fact, he's usually let down by all the experts who turn out to be total frauds compared to him. But Cedric is the real deal. This guy is on a different planet. Cedric decides to end this so brutally that Arthur won't even have the breath left to be angry. He's a monster far beyond Arthur's reach. But as that spirit aura begins to bleed out, Arthur realizes something. The noble is finally taking him seriously. Finally, faced with a true wall to climb, Arthur's blood starts to boil. He doesn't even notice the grin spreading across his face. Alara is watching this from the sidelines like, this is literal insanity. Why is the High Commander even allowing this? Sarah's eyes widen. Arthur's stance has shifted. The way he's holding his weight, it's different, more focused, more aggressive. These aren't the same two fighters from 10 minutes ago. Arthur takes a long, slow breath, centers himself, and then he lunges. This time everything is different. The first strike is pure intensity. Cedric ducks, but wait for it. A red line appears on Cedric's cheek. He actually drew blood. Alara can't believe her eyes. Arthur's whole rhythm has changed. He's fighting like a different man. Still, Cedric is a ghost, dodging the follow-ups. The movements are still raw and unpolished, but there are zero openings. None. It's phenomenal. Alara's wondering who on earth could have taught him this. But Arthur's just focused on the win. He's flashing back to a man he watched as a kid. Every move that legend made, Arthur memorized. He practiced them until they were part of his soul. Cedric's had enough of the dancing. He catches the spear barehanded and counters. Arthur blocks it, barely. Back then, it was just a game of imitation. Now, he's using those moves against the strongest man he's ever met. And Cedric is definitely playing for keeps now. That man from Arthur's past. He'd actually found the kid's obsession pretty interesting. Cedric lands a heavy blow this time. He's looking at this tiny being with a mix of annoyance and genuine intrigue. Then, a swing and a miss. Arthur dodged by a hair's breadth. He's locked in. He spins his spear, ready to unleash a counterattack of his own. He's eager. He's confident. He remembers that man patting his head with a look of pure admiration for the boy's spirit. That next strike, it would have been a career ender. Cedric is forced to leap back. The second his feet hit the ground, there's an opening. Cedric knows it. If Arthur swings now, he can't dodge. But he's not going to run. He's going to give the kid exactly what he's looking for. No dodging. He charges straight into the storm. The spectators are frozen, completely stunned by the sheer level of play. Boom, smoke fills the arena. That was it, the final exchange. If Arthur hadn't used that bizarre, unorthodox spear style, he might have actually pulled off the impossible. Cedric stands over him. Was this all just about your pride, kid? Arthur just smiles. Nah, that's just everything I had in the tank. He'd memorized every move he knew, and he used them all. He took a brutal beating for it, but honestly, it wasn't half bad. Cedric is a total jerk, and most of the knights hate him, but no one can argue with results. The guy is a powerhouse. He reaches out, hovering a hand over Arthur's battered face. He's about to do something. His arcane essence begins to glow softly. Sarah looks worried, but Cedric just tells her to relax. Don't sweat it, the kid's gonna be just fine. Those wounds, already closed up. Our man just needed to double-check. Was the boy's name really Julian? See, Sir Alistair is one of the top 10 rankers in the whole kingdom. He definitely didn't wake up today expecting a rookie to rattle him like that. Who would have guessed he'd stumble onto that man's son right here? As the sun dips below the horizon, remember. Alistair isn't just a knight. He's the greatest healer in the realm. Suddenly, someone snaps at Alistair. If you were gonna be this late, you could have at least sent a messenger, or sat down for an ale and actually relaxed. Great, late for the High Council briefing again. And every single time they're behind schedule, people point the finger at the aide, never the grand healer himself. But Alistair just shrugs it off, said something came up that took way longer than expected. That's when the young knight, Kaelin, pipes up with a smirk. He heard Alistair was sparring with some kid, but judging by the delay, he figured it was a whole squad of them. Then he looks closer and stops dead. There's a mark, a tiny silver scratch right on Alistair's cheek. Kaelin's eyes go wide in pure shock. No way. He actually leans in, curiosity piqued. He has to know, is that thing on the Grand Healer's face actually a cut? Alistair gets impatient. What else does it look like if not a cut? Kaelin can't wrap his head around it. This boy, he's only 16 and ready for the academy. 17, Alistair corrects him. Seems the boy is aiming for the winter trials at the Royal War Academy. Tough break, those trials are famously brutal. Seriously, nobody's passed them in 3 years. But this kid, he's got a shot. I mean, drawing blood from Alistair is basically impossible. This new generation is getting scary, man. Terrifyingly so. Alistair just scoffs, saying comparing these kids to elves is just a bit much. He's sure the boy is just a regular guy. But Kaelin, he disagrees. He's ranked 19th, the leader of the Phoenix Vanguard. He's confident he's still the top dog. Between his raw talent and years on the battlefield, he's sure he has the upper hand over the boy in every single category. I mean, he's only 21 and finished the academy 18 months ago. Alistair just sighs. Kids these days, right? Alistair mentions he hasn't seen Kaelin's new gilded carriage yet. Kaelin just shrugs. He doesn't spend much, so he treats himself to a few luxuries. Meanwhile, Julian is still passed out on an infirmary cot. When he finally blinks his eyes open and looks at his hands, he notices something. The gashes are gone, not even a dull ache left. The girl, Sarah, is standing right there. Finally awake! What were you thinking, trying to take on a grand healer? Julian just groans. It wasn't about winning, really. He got ticked off. And hey, the other guy was the one who started it. Sarah still doesn't get it. Why on earth would her uncle want to throw down with a teenager? Julian freezes. Wait, you're related. Yep, he's her mother's brother. Small world, isn't it? He goes quiet, processing. Sarah gets curious, but he just waves it off. It's fine. You two just seem like you have a good relationship, that's all. Sarah's totally confused. Good relationship? Where on earth did you get that conclusion from? But Julian saw it. He could feel the uncle's protective streak. That classic, don't you dare mess with my niece energy. You can't really blame the guy for that. She rolls her eyes. Her uncle isn't some doting relative. He's actually incredibly strict. Just then, an academy staff member walks into the room. She checks on Julian, asking if anything still hurts. He shakes his head. His body feels brand new. No surprise there. That healing magic is so potent it probably cleared up his childhood scars, too. The director might not look it, but he's the best healer in the kingdom. Julian's floored, someone that powerful, and his main role isn't even fighting. He can't help but smile. At least he's in one piece. And good news, the evaluation results are in. The official hands him an enchanted scroll. Julian's jaw drops. Rank A in stamina and agility, rank B in strength and endurance, and a solid C in intelligence. He looks up, completely stunned. Is this actually as good as it looks? Sarah literally shouts at him to shut up. The official is just as shocked. Is this kid really ready to jump straight into the high-level Vanguard tracks? To be a top-tier ranger, you usually need at least some B ranks. But here's the thing, it's all about having balanced stats. No point in being fast if you gas out in 10 seconds. And all that muscle. Useless if you're too slow to actually land a hit. Look, she says most regular people are lucky to hit C rank in anything. But having a C or higher in strength, stamina, and agility, that's one person in 10,000. If you hit B rank, you're looking at 1 in 500,000. That alone puts Julian among the absolute best warriors in the land. But he's got a B in strength and A's in the rest. He's not just balanced, his potential is way above the average. Even as a first year, he's already stepping into the same league as that monster. Sarah looks at him, leaning in. Want to hear something interesting? The guy you just fought. He doesn't have a single stat higher than an AC. Stats are just raw potential. They don't show the whole picture. Practical skill is a different beast entirely. Even with God-tier stats, the real gap comes from grueling training. And then there's the stuff magic can't measure. Pure fighting spirit, hard-earned experience on the front lines. It sounds harsh, but she's seen plenty of rangers bridge those gaps through sheer, stubborn determination. Sarah turns bright red because she knows exactly who the official is talking about. Julian just nods, offering a quiet thank you. Arthur isn't exactly disappointed by the tales he's heard, not at all. He just doesn't quite wrap his head around the truth of it yet. But there's someone he knows, and compared to that person, he's miles behind. The attendant's jaw nearly hit the floor when Arthur mentioned he was connected to someone that legendary. I mean, nobody knows people like that. It's unheard of. They've got to be a world-class figure. And honestly, Lady Seraphina fits that description perfectly. She tells him they're finished for the day and should meet again next week. But since they're already on site, the guide suggests a quick detour to the alchemical production labs. Seraphina hesitates. She's worried her uncle might lose his mind over the decision, but the staff clears it immediately. The director gave the green light personally. Seraphina isn't buying it. She wants to know if he actually said that before he left the grounds. The orders were crystal clear. The very moment the boy wakes up, bring him straight to the Great Forge. Tell everyone the boy is his personal guest. He even went as far as ordering a custom weapon, one that adapts to his power, no matter the cost. Seraphina could barely believe her ears. Premium, high-tier gear. That's the ultimate dream for any knight or adventurer. Even with insane talent, if your sword is trash, it'll never keep up with your true power as your skills hit their peak. A true warrior needs steel that can evolve alongside them. But looking at the situation, Arthur is just confused. He's not even sure he needs gear yet since he's just starting at the academy. But Seraphina just sighs. Arthur, it's not what you think. He actually assumed the Royal Academy would just hand out weapons to all the students. When they heard that, the staff didn't even know how to react. Seraphina realizes she's the one who forgot to explain. In any normal school, yeah, he'd be right. Most places provide the basics. Every institution has its own code. Arthur figured the Royal Knight Academy would be the same, especially since they have more gold and power than anyone else. But it's not about the gold. The academy has different ideals. There's a massive gap between raw talent and actual survival skills. And honestly, securing elite equipment is considered a skill in itself. To Arthur, that just sounds like it only helps the rich kids. He looks them in the eye and asks, so, being born wealthy counts as a skill now? He's not wrong, honestly. But here's the thing, it's totally possible for a student to get top-tier gear even if they don't have a single copper to their name. Just getting into that academy proves you've got the potential to be a legend. You've got the spark to be a superstar, and that's massive leverage. Investors are everywhere. They see a rising star, and they want in early. Huge merchant guilds see a business opportunity and pounce. The offers they throw at these students, absolutely insane. Seraphina herself was backed by the Sterling Syndicate. Full scholarship, guaranteed high-ranking position until the day she retires. She doesn't even blink as she tells him this. These are the doors that fly open the second you pass those academy gates. You'll have every chance to prove your worth against the best of the best. But first, you've got to pass the test. And the transfer exam, it's a total nightmare compared to the regular entrance trial. He needs to be ready, and that means getting his gear sorted now. That's exactly why the director is stepping in to help him out. The details are already handled. All Arthur needs to do is head down to the great refinery in the castle depths. She wishes him luck, truly hoping he makes the cut, because honestly, this could have ended very differently. Seraphina is stunned her uncle is helping at all. The more she hears about this test, the more she realizes people will do absolutely anything to pass. That's why she's stepping up. She's even using her own personal treasury to make sure he's prepared. Every time he gives her that blank, clueless look, she gets so incredibly irritated. Still, she's glad he finally understands. Gold isn't everything. It's about who swings the hammer. And this company's forge, easily one of the best in the entire world. They finally arrive at the forge. Arthur thinks one sword is pretty much like any other, until he sees this place. It's massive, a literal underworld. This place used to be a deadly dungeon known as the Hollowed Maw. Seraphina turns to him, a smirk on her face. So, what do you think of all this? This isn't just some shop where you browse the shelves. A sudden, icy chill runs down Arthur's spine as he stands there. A massive shadow looms over them. Behind them stands a titan, a single, glowing eye burning through the darkness. Arthur spins around, hand on his hilt, ready for a fight. The giant rumbles, complaining that Alistair woke him up from his weekend nap and didn't even show his face. Is that a monster? Arthur whispers. Seraphina shakes her head. No, meet the head of weapon production. To be fair, he's not entirely wrong. This is Arghaz, an ancient titan. He's a monster by human standards, but he's a registered citizen of the kingdom now. The titan lights up a massive cigar, smoke curling around his horn. So, he grunts, which one of you is the human Alistair was barking about? He looks between the small boy and the noble elf. Is it the kid, or the elf's shadow? Seraphina explains that all the paperwork was sent over, but Arghaz just snorts. Digital records are for humans. I don't give a damn about that. My staff handles the boring stuff, he growls. But today's a holiday. Not a single soul is working but me. Right, none of that matters now. He's been given a personal order to handle this mess, so it's finally time to get down to business. Lord Arghaz eyes him up, his voice like grinding stones. Is that staff your main weapon, boy? Alistair nods. Then prove it, Arghaz growls. Try to hunt me. Lady Sarah is practically vibrating with anxiety, demanding to know what he's playing at. But for a beast like Arghaz, this test is absolutely necessary. Unless the boy proves he's worth the effort, Arghaz won't lift a finger to help. Still, he admits the kid seems different from the usual lot. His eyes are sharp, predatory. He looks like someone who's spent his life in the dirt, accustomed to the hunt, with a raw hostility that just needs a little more polish. Again, he dares the boy to give him a real beating. Sarah is still freaking out, watching Alistair steady his breathing and prepare for the impossible. She warns Arghaz that the kid isn't the type to back down from a challenge, and she was right, before she can even finish her sentence. Boom, Alistair is already moving. Arghaz's eyes go wide as the boy swings that staff with terrifying mastery, striking with everything he's got. Sarah watches the clash, her heart in her throat. The impact is so violent that the cigar drops right out of Arghaz's mouth and hits the dirt. For Arghaz, this is simply impossible. He didn't take a scratch, but he's stunned. He needs to know, where on earth did a kid get a weapon like that? Alistair is just as confused. That strike was perfect. He's taken down massive beasts before, but the feeling he had when he struck this one. It was like hitting a fortress wall. It wasn't just about raw strength. It felt like his weapon had struck a completely inanimate, indestructible object. He's genuinely intrigued. Just what kind of monster did he just hit? Meanwhile, Sarah is losing her mind for one very good reason. See, in this kingdom, monsters are ranked by calamity tiers. Tier 1. That means they can kill a human, but they're manageable for most. A Tier 1 beast is a threat, sure, but any normal person with a decent blade can take it down if they have the guts. Tier 2 is where it gets dicey. The difficulty skyrockets, and you'd need a trained knight or a squad with crossbows to stand a chance. Tier 3, that's full military territory. We're talking armed troops and heavy siege equipment just to keep the thing contained. By Tier 4, the situation is catastrophic. The army doesn't even try to fight at first, just focus on getting civilians out before the world ends. Once the evacuation is done, they just rain down fire and magic until nothing is left standing. That is the absolute limit of human military power. Anything above Tier 5 is beyond what modern kingdoms can handle. Even a victory means massive casualties, and nearly irreparable destruction to the land. To minimize the ruin, the king sends in elite squads of the realm's greatest explorers. And Argus, he's a Tier 7 calamity. A literal god of destruction. And right now, this Tier 7 monster is demanding an answer. Where did you get that weapon? Alistair just stares back. Does it hurt more than it should? He doesn't understand why the big guy is asking so many questions. Argus's voice drops to a low rumble. Think very carefully about your answer, boy, because I'm the one who forged that staff. Alistair's heart stops. Wait, what? Argus is fuming now, growling that he's only going to ask one more time. He needs to know why his weapon is in Alistair's hands, and not with the person he actually made it for. If Argus made it, that staff is a Ranke artifact, easily. It should be locked in the Royal Association's vault, catalogued with the owner's data. This isn't the kind of item a common thief or a back-alley smuggler could just stumble upon. It's a legend in physical form. Sarah can't believe it. Did the kid actually steal a national treasure? But Alistair just sets his jaw. I'm not telling you anything. Sarah calls him an absolute idiot, but Argus just nods slowly. He understands. And now, he's going to take that into account. In an instant, the air turns cold. Alistair feels it, the stench of death. There's no dodging this, no blocking it. There isn't a single weakness in that monster's guard. If he tries to absorb the blow, he's a dead man, plain and simple. He's only got one option left, the final technique he learned by watching his father. The Titan Lord Argus launches his strike. Argus senses something shifting in the boy, but he doesn't stop. He smashes his fist down, ready to pulverize the very ground they stand on. Usually, when two forces clash, the stronger one wins. It's basic math, but the outcome changes if you don't fight the force directly. By precisely calculating the angle and shifting his weight, Alistair doesn't try to win. He just tries to redirect the resulting impact. Sarah is stunned. Did a human just parry a Tier 7 monster? Alistair doesn't waste a second. He's moving for the kill. This is his only chance. He lunges with his needle point, aiming straight for the giant's massive, lone eye. But before he can even get close, Argus's metallic prosthetic hand shoots out, snatching him midair and hauling him toward his face. He's pinned, totally trapped. Sarah screams for Argus to stop, yelling that the boy might be suspicious, but he's still human. She reminds him of the law. Naturalized species cannot attack citizens unless it's a life-or-death situation. Period. If he kills the boy now, he loses all his rights and becomes a hunted beast again. Argus pauses, then slowly lets the boy go. Don't worry, little lady. I haven't forgotten the rules. He looks at the boy, and suddenly the realization hits him like a truck. He finally sees it. He knows exactly why the kid has his weapon. No wonder Arthur woke him up from his weekend nap for this. Faced with the truth, the giant actually bows his head. Forgive me, the boy has every right to carry that steel. Balthazar eyes the blade, a low growl escaping his throat. I'll make you pay for that mistake, he sneers, but then his lone eye catches something familiar. 30 years. That's how long it's been since a mortal actually drew blood from him. Lady Alara just stares, completely lost in the sheer gravity of the moment. You think I serve your kind by choice? The giant asks. Alara assumes the royal knights finally hunted him down during the Great Purge decades ago. He scoffs. The history books, all lies. Those knights couldn't even get close enough to scratch his armor, let alone capture the King of Forges. It was one man, just one. He took the giant's hand and had every chance to take his life, but he chose mercy. As he speaks, he locks eyes with young Alaric. The boy stares back, unaware of the heavy legacy and the bloodline he carries within him. Balthazar was once a god among monsters, an unstoppable force of nature. He stood his ground against that lone hunter, battle-axe raised for a final, lethal blow. The man who broke him, Alaric's father. See, these ancient titans are the absolute peak of the giant hierarchy, rulers of the old world. They live for centuries, and fewer than 10 are even known to exist. Their raw physical stats, honestly, it's beyond anything a human mind can comprehend. But their real legend is the Forge. They craft artifacts and gear so powerful they're basically cheat codes, imbued with ancient, special powers. It's a gift they're born with. Dwarves are the closest thing we have, but unlike the Titans, the dwarves chose to live among men as allies. Titans, they saw humans as insects, unworthy of their steel. But 30 years ago, during the siege of the Iron Forge, everything changed forever. Standing guard at the entrance was a massive iron sentinel, a 4-star mechanical nightmare. The expedition team is panicking, desperate for any sign of a signal. Total silence. The magic stones are dead. Something deep in these tunnels is jamming every communication spell the Order has at its disposal. "He's coming," someone screams, voice cracking. "Brace yourselves." The ground trembles as the metal titan lunges forward with soul-crushing weight. No mercy. The sentinel smashes down, and the group's shield-bearer barely holds the line, pouring every ounce of strength into his trembling arms. Alara sees her shot. She slips behind the mechanical beast, praying she can seize this tiny opening before the sentinel turns them all into paste. Clang! Her blade bounces right off the sentinel's heavy helm. Total failure. The strike didn't even leave a single scratch on that ancient armor. The machine doesn't even flinch. It swings its massive shield around with terrifying speed, catching Alara right in the gut before she can even blink. She hits the stone wall like a ragdoll, bones rattling from the impact. This was a nightmare. They completely underestimated the dangers of this abyss. The Knights of the Crimson Vanguard were supposed to be the best, but inside this cursed place, they were being systematically obliterated. 7 sentinels down, and another one just steps out of the shadows. If the other teams are failing this hard, it's the end for everyone. "Run!" the shield-bearer roars to his friends. He knows the math. If they don't move now, not a single soul is leaving this crypt alive. Another massive sword strike comes whistling through the air. The young knight reacts on pure instinct, throwing his shield up to catch the lethal impact. He's burning through his life force now. His special ability allows him to trade energy to boost his physical limits, but the cost is brutal. Once it wears off, he'll be completely incapacitated. But with a desperate parry, he shoves the heavy sentinel back, creating a sliver of space. He follows up with a shield bash, forcing the mechanical monster to lose its balance. It's a gamble, and the knight knows his time is running out. He's buying seconds with his life. He told them they wouldn't all make it back to the kingdom, and he wasn't lying about the stakes. They can't kill this thing. They just don't have the raw power. All he can do is pray his sacrifice buys enough time for the others. He tries to stay optimistic, hoping for a miracle. But then, boom! A crushing, overwhelming presence fills the room, making their hearts stop. Balthazar's voice booms through the forge. "What is happening in my domain?" In that moment, every knight realized they were utterly doomed. "More cockroaches," he growls. The sentinels clearly missed a few pests. Just being in his shadow felt like a death sentence to the survivors. The terror is paralyzing. The leader screams one last order to flee before charging Balthazar with the tiny bit of strength he has left. One flick, that's all it took. Balthazar incinerates the man with a single blow, turning him to ash before he could even land a strike. Pathetic. To a titan like Balthazar, these heroes are just inferior insects carrying trash tier equipment made by even lesser beings. He looks at this world and sees nothing but a doomed ruin. Then, his gaze shifts, settling on the one person still standing before him. A young mage, staff trembling in his hand, but he doesn't run. Balthazar finds it intriguing, loyalty in the face of certain death. It's meaningless in the end, though. Alaric knows he's outclassed. If their leader was erased instantly, what hope does he possibly have? Suddenly, a man appears from the shadows. "I told you this place wasn't safe," he sighs, sounding almost bored by the carnage. If they'd actually gathered information properly, they wouldn't be in this mess. There's no point in clearing a crypt just for the glory. Alaric has no idea who this stranger is. The Order sent out a distress call, and this guy is apparently one of the volunteers. He's wearing heavy armor, complaining that it's more weight than he expected. He looks like he's on a casual stroll, not in a death trap. "You came alone," the boy gasps. The man just nods. He's the only one from the rescue team who actually made it this far. The Iron Sentinel lunges at the intruder with a deafening crash. Alaric is terrified, but the man just shrugs. These guys are actually pretty tough. Back then, nobody knew the name Alaric. To the world, he was just a nobody, a nameless face in a world of legends. He sliced right through the beast's arm like it was nothing. The veteran knights of the First Era all knew his name, but his focus wasn't on the spotlight. Fame meant nothing to him. He only cared about saving those in desperate need. But that specific day, that was the spark that changed everything. Alistair steadies himself. Time to end this Iron Sentinel with a single, perfect strike. He cleaves the machine from head to toe without breaking a sweat. Just like that, gone. That raw display of power immediately catches the eye of Lord Argus. Alistair looks him over, thinking this fight might actually be a challenge. That day, the world finally learned his name. The sheer aura of his strike was so intense it literally shifted the light within the labyrinth. The sorcerer watching can't even process what just happened. His entire squad was failing against a mountain giant, and then this man just shows up and ends it in one move. One single move. Absolute madness. Alistair turns to the sorcerer, asking if he has any essence left. The man stammers that he's nearly tapped out, but he has enough for a quick blessing. Alistair waves it off. He doesn't need a buff. Instead, he tells him to cast a levitation spell and get the wounded out of there. They're hurt bad, but they're still hanging on. Lord Argus finds the whole thing laughable. He thinks Alistair is arrogant for believing he can actually walk away from this encounter alive. Argus sneers, questioning if he truly thinks there's a way out. Alistair doesn't flinch, vowing that the Titan won't touch a single soul as long as he's standing. That absolutely triggers the giant. No more talking. He lunges at Alistair with every ounce of his monstrous strength. But Alistair is ready. He reacts with perfect precision, releasing an aura that is nothing short of devastating. The impact of their steel echoes through the catacombs as the sorcerer flees in pure terror. 10 years after the gates first opened, the world had changed. Adventurers had hit a wall. They had the superhuman strength, and the enchanted gear was better than ever, adapted to every knight's specific needs. But even with the best armor and stats, something was missing. They lacked the true execution. The answer, a new form of combat, martial arts that defied logic. Back then, very few saw it as the solution, but a handful began researching techniques that would change the game forever. Argus takes a hit, but his heavy plate armor absorbs the initial shock. Alistair doesn't give him a second to breathe, though. He presses the advantage. He lands another massive blow. He was one of the elite few who had actually mastered that forbidden style of combat. For a second, the sorcerer looks relieved, thinking the monster is done for. But then, the vibe shifts. The monster is still standing. Argus admits the man is impressive. He knows exactly how to use the tools in his hands. If his weapon could handle even half of his true strength, it would already be over. Look closely. The edge of Alistair's blade had actually started to melt from the sheer heat of the impact. He's still struggling to afford the top-tier gear, and honestly, this isn't the first time an axe has failed him mid-fight. He glances back to check on the people he came to save. Relief washes over him. They're almost at the labyrinth exit now. Now it's all about survival. He blocks a flaming sword using nothing but his axe handle. Argus is genuinely impressed, calling his defensive skills some of the best he's ever seen in a human. But that axe, it's the worst piece of junk he's ever encountered. Even with Alistair's perfect parries, the weapon is screaming. It simply cannot take much more of this punishment. Argus prepares for the killing blow, declaring that this is the end. But Alistair, he's got other plans. Their weapons clash again with earth-shattering force. Instead of dodging, Alistair meets the attack head-on with everything he has. This right here, this was the birth of the technique young Arthur would eventually learn. It's all about using the opponent's own weight against them. But the way his father does it, it's on a completely different level of power and experience. The strike is so heavy, it forces the great Titan to stumble back. This was the true martial art of a hero. Argus knows how these stories usually go. The hero kills the beast, right? But that day, after being struck by the man, the monster living inside Argus simply died. His life wasn't his own anymore. It belonged to Alistair, the man who chose to show him mercy instead of delivering the final blow. What an entire army couldn't do, one man from a rescue squad finished alone. It was a ridiculous ending to a legendary story. But the real meat of the tale starts after the dust settled. Ancient titans don't exactly bow to those they think are beneath them. And yet, Argus accepted his exile. Lady Sarah remembers this well. It was a massive event that sent shockwaves through the entire kingdom. Eventually, he was even granted citizenship. The fact that he hadn't actually taken a life helped his case, but he still had a dark past to answer for. To atone for his sins, he was tasked with forging legendary equipment for the realm. But the story Sarah heard is nothing like the truth. Argus reveals that the staff the young man is carrying was actually a gift he made for Alistair. Even though the hero never asked for a reward, Argus felt he deserved to carry something of that caliber. Arthur always knew the staff was sturdy, but he never thought it was special. That's why he didn't sell it. He figured it was worthless on the market. Honestly, he wasn't entirely wrong. Without the right user, it's really only good for hitting things with blunt force. That wasn't exactly the epic reveal they expected, and Sarah is still stuck on the fact that the boy almost pawned a legendary relic. Argus says it's pretty straightforward, and the boy should have realized it by now. If his father had wanted a proper weapon, Argus would have forged him an axe the second he had the materials. He was just waiting for the final pieces to finish the blade. But then, one day, the man just vanished. Contact was lost forever. Since he was stuck deep in the labyrinth, Alaric decided to send his current work to the boy's father, even though he knew it was technically impossible. He's pretty sure he won't be able to finish that specific blade, but honestly, that might be a blessing in disguise. He asked for the unfinished steel to be returned to him immediately. Because now he's going to finish what he started, a true masterpiece, not for the father this time, but for the son. While the master smith got to work, the others headed back to the upper floors. Seraphina looked at Julian, clearly curious about everything she'd just heard. She wanted to know how he was holding up after all that drama. Julian's fine. He could tell the Titan just wanted to make sure everything was settled. No one knows exactly how long the forging will take, but Alaric is committed to finishing as fast as humanly possible. Still, Julian warned her to be patient. Masterpieces aren't rushed. Since this Wednesday is a public holiday, Seraphina had a question. She asked if he'd be free. She was thinking about helping him study for the written exams, and Julian thought that sounded like a solid plan. As they walked, she had something else on her mind. Julian's father must have been an absolute legend. She never could have imagined he was the one who actually conquered that labyrinth. She asked if he was currently in a hospital, resting after his service. Julian just told her he was heading off and to catch him later if anything came up. Total dodge. He didn't answer her at all. Already in her carriage heading home, she started digging through the archives. She's checking every record she can find on the magic net. And the records confirm it. The official story says Julian's father wasn't the hero. That's what she had always been taught. But then she thinks about Alaric's words. The team credited with clearing the dungeon are national heroes today. But was it all built on another man's deeds? There's zero reason for Alaric to lie about this. And seeing Julian's insane abilities, it totally tracks that his father was someone legendary. Plus, who really knows what happens deep inside a labyrinth? Stories get twisted. Facts get buried. It happens all the time. Take Silas, for example, the false dragon slayer. Once hailed as the greatest knight in Albion, he turned out to be a complete fraud. It was all blackmail and faked statistics. He only confessed the truth after a career-ending injury. There's even an article online debunking his entire career. This leaves Seraphina completely torn between the history books and what she just heard. Meanwhile, the practical exam results were posted at the academy. Inside the Department of Dungeon Studies, The staff is wrapping things up. Lady Clara apologized to Sir Gareth for making him work through the weekend. But hey, it's the freshman class. It's crucial for him to keep an eye on these first-year students. Clara noted that the competition this year is absolutely intense. Not just from a teacher's perspective, these rookies are way more talented than she was at their age. It's actually a bit scary. Now she wanted to know if he expected the top student to be that asterisk-specific person. And yeah, it was a total curveball. Gareth admitted that result was impossible to predict. Even for them, it was a shock. Seraphina herself couldn't believe the rankings. She's surrounded by geniuses, and interestingly, they're all hybrids. First, there's Cedric. He inherited elite swordsmanship from his father, a white-class knight, and combined it with his elven mother's magic, a literal perfect magic swordsman. In second place, Ilara. She's got more mana and magical precision than most pure-blood elves. The girl is a prodigy. Finally, there's a boy who's half-human, half-dwarf. He's got that raw dwarven toughness mixed with human agility. Talk about the best of both worlds. This is Thorin, the guy rumored to have the most insane physique on the entire planet. He's a student here, and honestly, he's probably just as terrifying as the other two. One of them should have been number 1. Seraphina struggled to believe she beat them all on her own. Maybe she just scored higher in the physical categories. But raw power isn't everything. Clara hopes Julian will step up more because the kid has "great leader" written all over him. The problem? He seems completely uninterested in making friends. He's a total lone wolf. In fact, most students are actually afraid to even talk to him, but you can only go so far on your own. By the second year, he'll realize that the hard way. Gareth just shrugged. It's not something she needs to stress about yet. Sometimes growth happens in the background, unnoticed. Details get missed. He knows she cares, but if she trusts in his potential rather than worrying, he'll find his own path. 4 days pass. The holiday finally arrives. A group of boys are gossiping about some girl's drama when bam. One of them slams right into a massive wall of a person. He spins around, ready to start a fight with whoever bumped him. But he freezes. Facing him isn't just a man, it's a mountain of muscle, ripped like a professional gladiator and looking absolutely terrifying. This literal giant starts to speak, and surprisingly, he apologizes. He says he was just distracted and didn't see them. The boys are shaking in their boots. They apologize even harder, completely intimidated by this man's massive, imposing frame. Once they scurry off, the giant noticed his shirt was stained. Great, just his luck, right? Honestly, he just misses his mom. Lady Selene moved to the continent, but back in Albion, she was a legendary knight. His mother's tales of her days as a legendary voyager planted a seed, a deep admiration for the kingdom of Avalon and its ancient traditions. Between those stories and his own raw talent, he smashed through the special entrance trials to join the elite knight academy. But there's a catch. He's massive, intimidating, and painfully shy. He wants to fit in, but he's terrified his thick accent will make him a laughingstock. Honestly, he hates how he locks up. He's his own worst enemy. His classmates see him looming there and immediately quiet down, apologizing for being loud. But they don't realize this giant is just socially awkward. In their eyes, he's a terrifying lone wolf. In reality, he's just lonely. While walking, he spots 2 boys heading toward a local mana station, a place for magical gaming. He remembers his mom saying she used to love those spots. He steps inside the hall. It's quiet, not many people around. The tech is a mystery to him. He stares at a glowing terminal while someone nearby chats on a communication stone. Panic sets in. He feels like he's blocking the line, convinced everyone is staring and he should just bolt. That's when a young man named Julian speaks up. No account, right? That terminal is for members only. Julian gestures for the giant to follow. Come on, I'll show you the ropes. Quick registration. Essential details only. A quick payment at the next machine, pick a seat, and he's in. The giant rumbles a thank you. Julian waves it off, though he can't help but wonder if this guy is some traveler from the north. Julian's just killing time anyway. His friend Sarah is running late again. He regrets not hitting the black market first. He reaches into his pocket, feeling that strange, obsidian object he found. It was tucked away in a loot chest right next to some rare jelly. Still no clue what it is. Smooth, cold, definitely not edible. He decides to keep it hidden for now. If he really needs gold, he's got something better. A vial containing the blood of the Drake of Cinder. We're talking about one of the 3 great calamities of the Shadow Grove. A total nightmare. Armies tried to take it down and failed. All the world has of it are a few scorched scales and a tiny drop of its essence. The Crown banned hunting it years ago. Anything made from its body is worth an absolute fortune. The plan was lunch with Sarah, then the black market, but her being late is throwing everything into chaos. Suddenly, the foreigner realizes the hall is full and takes the only open seat, right next to Julian. He tells Julian he can sit there since he isn't waiting for anyone anyway. Julian logs in, unimpressed. This rig is way slower than the one he has at home. Then he glances at the screen next to him. Wait, you play Battle for the Crown, the giant nods. Their ranks are almost identical. Since Julian's usual squad is offline, he throws out an invite. Want a duo for some ranked matches? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Ethelgard, there are the Scars, ruined districts abandoned after the Great Invasion. Some were reclaimed, but those too close to the demon gates remain ghost towns. They serve as a final defense line, but it's been quiet. No beast has breached the walls in over 20 years. Now, the military just uses the area for beast transport services. One guard, Cedric, is absolutely miserable. While his buddies are out getting rich hunting, he's stuck being a monster chauffeur. His commander, Johanna, a retired gold-rank voyager with a scarred eye, doesn't want to hear it. Hate it, then quit and go back to the mud. Cedric is only a bronze rank, a bottom-tier adventurer. He admits the only reason he's taking these low-rent jobs is because no real raid team will hire him anymore. That hurt to say. Suddenly, thud. The transport truck screeches to a halt. Something is wrong, very wrong. Johanna doesn't hesitate. She tells Cedric to call the garrison while she checks the back. She draws her blade, ready for a fight. Inside the cab, Cedric is shaking, praying his partner's legendary skills are enough. He hears the door click open. He turns to congratulate her on a quick job. But it's not Johanna. A strange, dangerous woman is standing there. Decent reflexes for a government pet, she sneers. She mocks Johanna's eye injury. There's a reason she was benched, you know. She looks at the terrified driver. Why are you still sitting there? Drive, unless you want to die right now. Back at the hall, the gaming session is legendary. Julian and the giant are crushing it. Right then, the food arrives. Julian looks over at his new partner and freezes. They're the same age. No way. Arthur looked older, way taller and stronger than expected. Someone asked which academy he attended, but there just wasn't time to answer. Suddenly, the world shifted. The ground shook violently, and everyone thought a massive earthquake was hitting the kingdom. It felt like a massive explosion nearby. Total chaos. People immediately started arguing and guessing what could have caused such a blast. Maybe a heavy transport wagon crashed. A drunk driver, perhaps. One guy started recording the scene while another shouted to notify the city guards immediately. High above on a building ledge, a girl watched with a cold gaze. She muttered that it would have been better if the crash happened closer to the city center. Soon, this place would be crawling with elite adventurers, but she was confident she'd vanish before they arrived. Suddenly, her superiors ordered her back. The monsters were already pouring out of that wrecked wagon, and it was her fault for waking them. The curious crowd was already regretting staying. These horned fiends, they get exponentially more dangerous the more of them there are. She looked down. 50 people, easy. Probably 100 would be slaughtered before the knights could even show up to help. Then it started. One poor soul was grabbed by the head and brutally ended on the spot. Everyone else, completely paralyzed by pure terror. The monsters were in a blood frenzy with their prey served on a silver platter. But then, A sharp, bluish glow cut through the chaos. Arthur had arrived. He didn't waste a second, driving his foot straight into the face of the first beast he saw. The onlookers were stunned. Just like that, a monster was easily subdued. Arthur stood there, determined to protect every innocent soul in sight. He didn't even look back at the crowd. He just growled a question. Why were they still standing there? "Run, now," he ordered. He dealt with these things before. One-horned variants shouldn't be too much of a problem to handle. But he had to snap back into focus instantly. A massive piece of debris was hurtling straight for his head, and he barely dodged it. He realized the truth immediately. This wasn't a normal fight. There was a great horned beast with 2 horns leading the pack. As the creature lunged, Arthur met it with a devastating kick, but the impact wasn't what he expected at all. Arthur had to retreat. These monsters usually only live 5 or 6 years, dying long before they grow that second horn. Only about 8% live long enough to reach this stage. Their strength, it's completely off the charts, beyond anything considered normal. Even with its speed, Arthur knew he could win, but the real issue was their insane durability. These things are 3 or 4 times tougher than any tank he'd ever seen. If only he had his professional gear. The beast lunged again. Arthur dodged the blow, watching the ground shatter behind him. He reset his stance, ready for round 2. The monster wasn't done yet. Arthur scanned the area and spotted a broken iron signpost. He stomped it hard, snapping off the pole. Now he had a makeshift staff. The monster charged, radiating a terrifying aura, and Arthur braced himself for the impact. But the beast stomped the ground harder than expected, gaining massive momentum and soaring right over Arthur's head. That wasn't in the script. Now the beast was closing in on the terrified civilians who couldn't even move to save themselves. It was ready to feast. See, the jump from a 2-star to a 3-star monster is absolutely massive in terms of raw destruction. Normal people, they're just fodder. Even an experienced mercenary without the right equipment would struggle to survive this. But then, an exception. The Outlander stepped in and caught the beast's massive fist with his bare hand. With one powerful blow, he sent the creature flying. This guy was a different breed, someone who trained his body into a living weapon. The monster clawed at the dirt to stop its slide. The Outlander knew he needed a real weapon to finish this, but something caught his eye. The beast roared in fury, but Arthur was already moving. He closed the gap with his improvised staff, ready to end it. One precise strike to the back of the neck. That was all it took. Even the Outlander looked surprised by the result. The beast fell dead with a clean puncture wound. Arthur exhaled, but a massive boom nearby caught his attention again. Pure destruction in just 60 seconds. The Outlander muttered that it would take a few more minutes before the real chaos began. Suddenly, a beast lunges from the shadows, but Alaric doesn't flinch. He catches the monster's massive fist with his bare hand and shoves the beast back with a single, explosive burst of strength. This is the exception, the rare few who have forged their human bodies into living weapons, becoming monsters themselves to hunt the things that go bump in the night. The beast digs its claws into the earth, desperate to stop its momentum. The foreigner managed to push it back, but he knows that without a proper weapon, he's just delaying the inevitable. He realizes that bare fists won't draw blood from a hide that thick. But then, a sudden movement in the corner of his eye catches his full attention. The beast let out a low, menacing snarl. That's when Alaric stepped forward with his improvised staff, moving with the grace of a predator as he prepared his technique. One precise, lethal strike. The staff whistled through the air and punctured the back of the creature's neck. The foreigner could only watch in awe as the life drained from the beast. The monster collapsed, stone dead. Alaric let out a long, heavy sigh of relief as the adrenaline faded. But then, a thunderous crash nearby made him snap back into a fighting stance. Boom! That massive explosion caught the Outlander's attention immediately. The sheer power behind it was unmistakable. In just 60 seconds, those shadow beasts turned the street into a total wreck. The Outlander muttered that it'd still be a few more minutes before the real chaos settled. Help is finally here, But man, there's no time for small talk when lives are on the line. People are literally dying while these two are chatting. Arthur knows exactly what to do, though. He's got that classic taunt skill, the kind that makes you the center of attention in the worst way possible. It's a basic vanguard move. Every guardian worth his salt knows the drill. You let out a high-frequency shout that basically screams, "Come and get me," to every monster in the vicinity. It's loud, it's dangerous, and it works every single time. Arthur is dead set on becoming a legendary knight, so he's stepping up to draw the heat until the real reinforcements show up. He looks at John and tells him to find some cover. He can't bring himself to ask a guy he barely knows to go on a suicide mission with him. I mean, think about it. They've only known each other for a few hours, and most of that was just playing games together. How do you ask someone to risk their life for you based on that? You don't. You tell them to run while you play the hero. But John, he's not having it. He tells Arthur to quit stalling and just use the shout already. He's already figured out that Arthur is a vanguard and knows how to pull aggro. He's ready to jump into the fire right alongside him. Arthur tries to warn him, saying it's way too risky, but John just brushes it off. He was planning on taking these things on alone anyway, so having a partner actually makes the odds look better. If he was solo, he'd be worried, but he's got backup now. He looks Arthur in the eye and tells him straight up, he's good at games, especially when his job is protecting others. He's got the skills and the heart for it. Besides, he's not just some random guy, he wants to be a knight too. And if he's going to make a name for himself in this kingdom, he's going to do it right. He's giving this everything he's got. No more talking. It's time to move. Every second they waste is another life lost to these beasts. The shop around them is a total wreck, just splinters and glass. They spot someone huddled under the counter, terrified. Just a few feet away, a monster had just finished off an innocent bystander. It's grim, but Arthur is ready. He braces himself to unleash his skill. Inside the ruins of the store, the beast drops a lifeless body like it's trash. It starts clawing through the wooden counter, inches away from its next victim. That's when the vanguard let it rip. Arthur's shout echoed through the entire street. The effect was instant. The sound waves practically vibrated through the air, snapping the monster's attention right to Arthur. The beast stopped its attack mid-swing, leaving the person it was about to kill shivering and completely lost as to what just happened. Even the girl who accidentally started this whole mess heard the shout from a distance. She's intrigued, wondering what kind of warrior would be brave enough to call out a horde like that. Meanwhile, Arthur is catching his breath, shifting into a combat stance. He's ready for the chaos. He knew once he shouted, every monster in the area would come sniffing around. It didn't take long, either. They started swarming the epicenter of the noise, and the biggest, meanest one in the pack pointed its claw right at Arthur. These one-horned freaks didn't hesitate. They charged straight for him with blood in their eyes. Arthur stood his ground, prepared for a head-on collision, but then he heard something, a faint scuffle from above. A monster was dropping in from his blind spot. Talk about a close call. He managed to bring his arm up just in time to block the overhead blow. It wasn't enough to take him down, though, not by a long shot. While his one hand held the beast back, he started channeling his aura into the other. Then, bam, with one devastating strike, he sent that beast flying through the air like a rag doll. But the celebration had to wait. There was no time to breathe. More monsters were closing in, surrounding him from every single angle. Way off in the distance, the leader of the pack, a two-horned beast, perceived a new threat. Someone else was joining the fray, and they were coming in hot from above. John came crashing down, landing right in the middle of the carnage near the trucks. There were two of them waiting for him, both sporting two horns on their heads. John took one look at the crashed carriage and realized the horror of the situation. These things were piling up the dead in the back of the truck. That's why the streets looked so empty. The two-horned beasts hissed and lunged at him. John just waited, timing it perfectly. Fighting up close without proper armor or a real sword? Yeah, the odds were terrible. In a mess like this, monsters usually just get in each other's way, and he planned to use that. Since Arthur was acting as the shield and drawing the weak ones away, it was John's turn to shine. He was the heavy hitter, the damage specialist. His job was simple: take down the strongest ones in the pack before they could overwhelm Arthur. He gripped his improvised wooden staff and moved. He was a blur, so fast that the monster didn't even realize it had been hit until John was already behind it. A dozen strike marks appeared on its hide instantly, but there was a problem. This wooden stick was nothing compared to his real weapon. If John had his enchanted staff right now, this fight would already be over. But with a piece of junk made of ordinary wood, he had to work twice as hard just to make a scratch. Still, he wasn't giving up. He remembered his sparring match with Lord Cedric. Cedric had fought him barehanded, using nothing but speed and precision to wear him down. Those hits weren't flashy, but they were relentless. John decided to use that same strategy here. The monster lunged again, but John was ready. He fended off the claws with a series of rapid-fire strikes. He knew he couldn't stop the beast's momentum entirely, so he focused on dodging. One tiny slip-up, one slow reaction, and he's dead. But honestly, this is exactly what he needed. Despite the life-or-death stakes, this was a chance to grow. He had to seize this moment, use every trick in his book, and walk away the winner. He wasn't going to let a couple of overgrown beasts stop him. Another monster closed in, ready to tear him apart. In that split second, John's mind flashed back to the way Lord Cedric moved, those effortless, flowing evasions. He mimicked them perfectly, dancing through the monster's reach like a ghost. This was the first time since training with his father that he'd faced someone that powerful. And in that heat of battle, he did it. He perfected his fourth skill, the rain of staff, unleashing a barrage of strikes that turned the beast into a total punching bag. After being absolutely hammered by the staff, the beast finally hit the dirt. But then, out of nowhere, one of the crawling creatures grabbed his ankle. John's heart skipped a beat. This was bad, really bad. The monster slammed him into the ground so hard the concrete shattered like glass. John coughed up a spray of blood, the impact rattling his teeth. A 2-on-1 fight is a nightmare, and let's be real, monsters don't fight fair. Before the beasts could finish him off, Arthur came charging in. He repelled the monsters with a massive shield bash, saving John's life at the last second. Arthur just grinned, reminding him that in this world, luck is just another skill you have to master. Somewhere nearby, two people were watching the whole thing through a scrying stone. They were absolutely speechless. These two rookies had just taken down dozens of high-level monsters all by themselves. It was the birth of two legends, and everyone was watching. Our hero, Julian, is locked in. He's thinking back to his duel with Alaric, remembering how that man fought with nothing but his bare hands. Alaric's strikes were lightning fast and heavy, but not enough to kill instantly. Instead, they just wore him down bit by bit. Now a massive beast is mid-leap, claws ready to tear him apart. Julian moves fast, parrying the heavy blows with a flurry of his own. But he knows this won't kill the thing, so he ducks just as the monster swings again. One slip-up here, game over. Julian strikes back, moving like a blur. This is it. Even with death staring him in the face, he sees an opportunity to push his limits and get stronger. He's got to seize this moment and win with everything he's got. Another beast lunges from the shadows, ready to kill, but Julian stays calm. In his mind, he sees Alaric's evasive footwork once again. He mimics those legendary moves, dancing around the monster's reach just like his father taught him. Alaric was the most dangerous warrior he'd ever faced, and that experience paid off. Right then, Julian mastered his fourth secret technique, the Staff of the Heavens. Crack, the staff connects over and over, a relentless barrage that hammers the monster into the dirt. The beast hits the ground, completely broken. But wait, the fight isn't over. One of the creatures suddenly snatches Julian's foot, and his heart drops. The beast slams him into the cobblestones with bone-shattering force. Julian coughs up blood, gasping, 2 against 1. That's a nightmare scenario. Fairness doesn't exist in a fight like this. These aren't knights with a code, they're monsters, and Julian has to survive by any means. Just then, the protector arrives. Sir Cedric charges in, slamming the beast back. Sometimes, luck is the most important skill a warrior has. High in a nearby tower, two mages watching through a scrying crystal are absolutely stunned. Just two men, taking down dozens of those things. Arthur was buzzing. He managed to record the whole skirmish on his crystal, but his friend Leo quickly dampened the mood. Apparently, he only filmed it because he was literally paralyzed with fear. Now, Leo wondered, who were these two young prodigies? Based on that raw power, they had to be gold rank knights. Maybe top-tier students from the Royal Academy or hidden geniuses. Regardless, the plan was simple. Get this footage to the magical archives immediately. Arthur just needed a catchy header. "Can you sketch a dramatic cover on your slate?" he asked. They needed those millions of magical resonances before the news broke. Cedric, the wandering swordsman, was spent. He'd expected the kingdom's vanguard to arrive much sooner than this. Instead, just two boys had ended the massacre. Julian ruined the cool moment, though, by asking for a hand up. They shared a weary handshake, both of them running on fumes. Cedric asked if the lad was still in one piece. Julian's honest answer, not really. A few broken ribs, surely, but he'd expected to be dead, so he wasn't complaining. Cedric was genuinely stunned. How did Julian manage to slay two high chief fiends all by himself? Julian just shrugged it off, praising Cedric for taking down 9 monsters and still finding the strength to back him up. Cedric dismissed it. His targets were just 2-star fodder. Curious, he asked which prestigious night school Julian attended. He'd heard rumors that the local academies were quite pathetic, but clearly, reality was telling a different story today. He quickly apologized, not wanting to insult Julian's house, even though he assumed the boy was a local student. Julian didn't bite. Instead, he asked how Cedric ranked back home and how many knights were actually stronger than him. Cedric couldn't say. He was a bit of a loner, and those academy tests never seemed to measure his true limit. He figured he was just average, but now his mind drifted to his elven comrade. How could he reach her? There was still one problem. A lone monster sat perched atop the supply wagon, watching them with eerie stillness. Strangely, it hadn't reacted to the combat taunts. It was different, not necessarily the leader, but definitely weird. Blood coated the wood. There was something else hidden inside that carriage, and that something was the real threat. The boys decided to keep their distance for now. After all, a single straggler should have been an easy cleanup. Then the wagon began to scream. A violent, rhythmic shaking started as if something were trying to tear its way out. A hand burst through the roof. Both boys froze in shock as the final monster was suddenly snatched from above. It was dragged into the darkness of the carriage. Whatever was inside, it was feeding on its own kind. You see, horned fiends usually live in small tribes. 2 horned elders act as the chiefs, leading groups of 10. These tribes only survive by sticking together, as they're usually at the bottom of the dungeon's food chain. Nature usually keeps their numbers thin through predators, but in very rare, terrifying cases, a mutation occurs. A beast is born with 3 horns, not a mere chief, but a monster king who commands legions of thousands. A horned fiend king is a legendary 5-star calamity, and right now, he was staring directly at the 2 boys. The king's gaze was suffocating. Instantly, every instinct in their bodies screamed at them to move. With one casual swipe, the king unleashed a wave of pure destruction. The boys barely dived out of the blast zone. He was too fast. Before Julian could even blink, the beast was on him, claws raised for a killing blow. Julian twisted midair, barely escaping a fatal wound, but his makeshift lance was shattered into splinters. The blow bypassed his guard entirely, slamming into his gut. As the king prepared a follow-up kick, Cedric intervened. Cedric locked the beast in a desperate grapple. The force was insane. The king's feet literally shredded the stone road. Even as Cedric pushed back, he knew they were doomed. The king grabbed him with both hands like a toy. With terrifying ease, the monster hoisted Cedric up and slammed him into the dirt, leaving a massive, smoking crater. They were out of time. These were 2 young geniuses who would one day shake the world, but they were trapped. In this moment, no amount of talent could bridge the gap between a student and a literal king. Julian stood up, staggering. He spat blood and screamed at the beast to get its filthy hands off his friend. The king's attention shifted. A horrific red aura began to glow around the beast as it prepared to end him. Julian took the impact full on, unable to even brace himself. The king seemed satisfied, having crushed the last resistance. Suddenly, the air turned cold. A presence far more terrifying than any monster king had just stepped onto the field. With Lord Nicholas fallen and Sir Sebastian still in the infirmary, the world had forgotten the one man who truly mattered. The king was paralyzed with pure, primal fear, because in this world, nobody could truly explain the power of a shadow. 11 years ago, Sir Arthur left behind a mystery that still haunts the kingdom. Out of nowhere, the legendary knight confessed everything to the royal court. He admitted to every crime and begged the realm for mercy, a move that stunned the world. 12 hours before our boys faced the beast, Lady Serena was drowning in doubt. The truth she uncovered that Sunday was all she could think about. She spent days digging into Sir Arthur's past, wondering if the realm's greatest protector was actually framed. It was clear many nobles craved the position of a man who was once number one, but had suddenly lost his magic. What Serena couldn't wrap her head around was the trial. It started with a flood of accusations and victim testimonies. The public was torn. Because Arthur was a hero, the forged evidence didn't ruin him instantly. Anyone else would have fought to the death to clear their name. But Arthur, instead of defending his honor, he just accepted it, every single lie. After that proclamation, even his closest allies turned their backs. Overnight, a legend became a traitor. Serena is desperate to know why he didn't fight back. Was someone pulling the strings? Confessing to those charges was like throwing oil on a roaring fire. She noticed something in the old sketches of his face during the trial. He didn't look like a criminal caught in a lie. He looked like a man accepting a heavy price. Then, she found something even more chilling in the archives. There was no mention of Arthur having a family at all. Was Julian really his son? It made more sense that he just wasn't registered, given how much they look alike. Maybe Arthur took the fall because Julian was somehow involved. Meanwhile, in the heat of battle, Julian didn't even realize his body was undergoing a terrifying change. He looked at his hand, it felt different, powerful. The beast charged, absolutely furious. Its advance was relentless, determined to end the boy right then and there. But Julian realized one thing for certain in that moment. He could move again. His reaction was flawless, landing a heavy blow right on the monster's snout. Nothing more, nothing less. All he cared about was that his body was finally listening to him. He was going to put this creature down for good. He unleashed a barrage of strikes, hitting it over and over. The pressure was suffocating, and the beast scrambled to find a way to defend its life. It tried to flee Julian's relentless assault, but Julian knew the creature was trapped. Then came the beast's counterattack. Its aura was massive, but it was too slow. Julian dodged easily. But wait, the beast anticipated it. It leaped into the air, hovering directly above him like a shadow of death. It struck from above, but it was stunned by what happened next. The attack hit nothing but air. Julian wasn't there. Julian countered instantly with a violent kick. The impact was massive, sending the beast crashing through the stone walls of a nearby building. The fight wasn't over, but those 2 hits exposed a fatal flaw. A precise strike to the chin with his needle. It was possible now. He could win this. But just as that mysterious power had appeared, it flickered out. The aura was gone. This was the absolute worst possible moment for his strength to fail. The monster crawled out of the crater, and Julian felt the ice of panic. The energy that had been humming through his veins was completely spent. He had nothing left to block the next attack. As the beast lunged, something massive happened. A heavy cargo container fell from the sky, right onto its head. The beast took the hit, but explorers have roles for a reason. The impact wasn't enough to kill it. Now it was utterly enraged and charging for Sir Alistair. Unable to move, Alistair braced for impact. The blow was earth-shattering, but as a tank, he stood his ground even as his bones rattled. That's the job of a shield bearer, but he'd been past his limit for a long time. His sacrifice bought them just enough time for one last move. Julian was ready. This was his best shot. The monster knew it couldn't dodge what was coming next. Julian's fist, surging with energy, closed the gap in a flash. A perfect, bone-breaking uppercut connected right with the creature's chin. That's the role of a damage dealer, to end the fight. Dust and debris rained down. On the ground lay the beast's lifeless body, its jaw completely shattered. But the cost was high. A beast transport had been hijacked, leaving dozens of civilians caught in the crossfire. By the time the royal rescue team arrived, the tragedy was already set in stone. The news spread across the kingdoms like wildfire. The heroic deeds of these two guardians were suddenly the talk of every tavern. A noble named Cavallino watched the footage, his expression unreadable. At a manor with a sprawling garden, a young Julian once scraped his knee. His father, Arthur, treated the wound with care. He told his son that even small cuts must be tended to, or they'll fester into something much worse later. Little Julian looked up at his father, curious. He asked if Arthur ever felt pain, since he bled so much whenever he fought the monsters of the realm. Cedric takes the brunt of the next attack. The impact was enough to level a house, but as a Knight of the Shield, he holds his ground, even with his body battered and bruised. That's the job of the Protector. He's been past his limit for a while now, but his grit buys Julian the time he needs. Julian is ready for his final move. The monster senses the danger. It knows it can't dodge what's coming next. Julian's fist, glowing with pure mana, closes in fast. A perfectly timed uppercut slams right into the creature's jaw. That's the role of the Slayer, pure damage. Stone and debris fly everywhere as the shockwave echoes through the square. The beast lies dead on the pavement, its jaw completely pulverized. But the cost was heavy. A stolen beast carriage led to dozens of innocent people losing their lives. The King's Guard finally shows up once the dust settles. It doesn't take long for the news to fly across the continent. Tales of the battle are everywhere. Heroes, that's the title the world is giving them now. Lord Sterling watches the magical playback, his face unreadable as he tries to process it all. Flashback, a sunny manor garden. A young Julian has a scraped knee and tears in his eyes. His father carefully treats the wound. Even a small scratch needs care, Julian, he says. Ignore it and it'll only get worse later. Julian looks up at the man who fights giants. Dad, does it ever hurt you? He asks. Because you bleed so much when you fight those monsters. Pain, oh, he felt it. Terror, too. But Alaric hid it all behind a mask because as a protector, showing weakness wasn't an option. Growing up, he had one dream, to be a legendary knight-errant just like his father, Arthur. But a shadow always hung over them. He knew Arthur didn't want this life for him, constantly pushing him toward a peaceful career. His father looked utterly broken whenever they spoke of the path. That sorrow was likely why he forbade Alaric from following his footsteps. They never spoke the truth out loud. Alaric thought he'd understand once he grew up, but time was a luxury they no longer had. That chance died with Arthur's sanity. Suddenly, Alaric's eyes snapped open. An unfamiliar ceiling, yet it felt strangely like home. A wave of nostalgia hit him. Then, a figure in the shadows asked if those silent words were meant for him. Alaric bolted up, startled. Lord Cedric stood there, his voice cold. He told the boy he was only alive because fate decreed it. "Why are you here, Director?" Alaric winced. As he sat up, white-hot agony flared through every inch of his battered body. "Don't move," Cedric warned. The treatment was a success, but by all rights, Alaric should have been in a coma. He needed a full month to heal. Until then, Cedric told him to focus. There were preparations to be made for what was coming. The boy whispered a thank you. It was the right move, but he had one thing he needed to get off his chest. Cedric cut him off. "Your father, yes, we were more than just acquaintances, we were brothers in arms." Alaric's hand moved like a viper. Cedric tensed, eyes locking on him, but the boy just snatched the apple Cedric was holding. Seeing the director's shock, Alaric smirked. "What? Did you think I was actually going to try and hit you?" Cedric sighed. This wasn't the reaction he expected at all. Alaric just shrugged. He didn't care about expectations, only the truth. "You're treating me differently now," the boy noted. He suspected their past bond was far deeper than mere colleagues. He stared at the apple, taking a steady breath. He remembered threatening Cedric before, telling him to die or prove his loyalty with steel. He figured Cedric was still dwelling on that. "So," he asked, "how was my performance? Did I seem real enough?" He admitted it was all a desperate act and apologized if Cedric took it personally. The director just brushed it aside. Cedric expected tears or rage, but Alaric, he was steady. "Maybe 3 years ago I would have lost my mind," he muttered. Back then, he lived for vengeance. He wanted to slaughter everyone who turned their backs on Arthur and ruined his life. Cedric asked what changed. Alaric just called his old self a madman. He'd simply grown up and seen the world for what it is. "I'm not even strong enough to touch you, let alone get my revenge." It was a cold, hard fact. His priority now, gold. He needed enough to pay the high-end healers. That was the only thing that mattered. A cure seemed like a myth, but he'd do everything in his power to find it. No obstacle would stand in his way. Cedric pivoted. He wanted to know why Alaric wasn't registered as Arthur's heir, and who raised him after his father went mad. Alaric explained the truth. Arthur raised him in total isolation. Knowing whose son he was would have put a target on his back. He grew up a ghost, entirely alone. Cedric nodded, finally understanding the boy's lonely path. Then the director dropped a name. "Dugano." Alaric blinked. It didn't ring a bell. A person, a place. Neither. It was a dragon, the destroyer of worlds. Dugano was the source of the rot currently killing Alaric's father. The beast still lives, the apex predator of the world. Just the mention of a dragon strikes pure terror into the bravest hearts. Decades after the Great Breach, the Great Barrier was finished with the help of the elder races. Humanity survived. With the rise of powerful knights, the threat of extinction faded, but it never truly vanished. Rare, world-ending events still happened. Beasts powerful enough to turn citadels to rubble. That is what a dragon is. Smarter, faster, and more vicious than any other living thing. And they had an ancient, burning hatred for mankind. To them, we aren't rivals. We're a resource. Cattle to be dominated and exploited for their own gain. Their mistake was arrogance. They thought we'd never survive the dungeons, so they stayed in the shadows, waiting for us to break. They planned to appear as gods once the world collapsed, offering protection in exchange for eternal servitude. Alaric joked that they should thank the beasts for their hesitation. But our progress didn't stop, and the dragons lost patience. They attacked, and in that hour of darkness, Arthur appeared. With iron will and a blade, he changed the game. He became the first knight to prove that even gods could be slaughtered. The legend of the Dragon Slayer was born. Alaric knew the legend. He thought that was when the beasts finally went into hiding. But Cedric corrected him. They didn't hide. They evolved. Dragons are masters of deception, capable of shifting their skin. Since they couldn't break us with fire and claw, they chose a new weapon, infiltration. They began living among us. This info is top secret. Lord Alistair only shared it because Arthur is the son of the legendary King Cedric. That dragon, the Night Shroud, was the last beast Cedric hunted before falling ill. If it falls, a cure might actually exist. But if Arthur wants that glory, he's got to get stronger. Alistair plans to end that dragon, and he needs warriors. Arthur is finally standing, though. Leaning against the window, he stares at the card he was given, replaying the secret. It didn't seem possible, but if there's a shred of truth, he won't miss the chance to save his father. But Alistair is firm. This is Arthur's call. To seize this opportunity, he has to claw his way to the very top. Dragons are cunning. They've already infiltrated the noble houses, hiding behind human faces, just waiting for the right moment to strike. Exposing them isn't enough. Without capturing one, evidence is useless. If they move too early, the dragons will just vanish. And if they vanish, widespread panic. To prevent that, they have to be absolutely surgical, swift and deadly. That's the only way to keep them from hiding again. Lately, a specialized strike force has been assembled for the Night Shroud. We're talking the most elite, battle-hardened knights in the realm. Professionals capable of subduing a dragon. If Arthur isn't strong enough, he won't be accepted. Doesn't matter how much he wants it. The team won't take someone who might slow them down. Having a weak link doesn't just jeopardize the mission. It puts every single life at risk. Arthur needs to know the truth. If all this is real, how much time does he have? He knows the world won't wait for him to catch up. Alistair explains they haven't pinned the exact location yet, but they're planning to find the beast in 2 years. Max. And like Arthur already figured out, when the time comes, it won't wait for him. Alistair doesn't care about being liked. If Arthur never wants to see his face again, that's fine. But Alistair makes one ironclad promise before he leaves. Whether Arthur is with them or not, they will hunt that dragon down at all costs, no matter what. Those words left a mark on Arthur's mind, a glimmer of hope, a real shot at curing his father's curse. This was everything he'd ever wanted to hear, a possibility. It brought hope, sure, but it brought something else too. Fear, pure fear that he won't be able to prepare in time for the mission to avenge his father. What he has now, it's not enough, but he'll make it happen no matter what. He's done with having no hope. This tiny spark gave Arthur a motivation he'd never felt before. As he washes his face, the door swings open. The nurse enters, beaming to see him awake. She asks if he's in any pain. Arthur just shakes his head. Just muscle soreness, he says. The doctor will explain the details later, but he's stuck like this for a few days. They had to reconstruct his arm almost entirely. When they brought him in, he was in critical condition, a total disaster. Every precaution was taken. Without it, the risk of amputation would have been real. Thank the heavens for a high-tier healer. Looking at his arm, Arthur asks about his friend who fought beside him. He needs to know if he's okay. The nurse smiles. Liam is doing great. An incredible recovery. He was actually discharged the same day he arrived. Arthur is curious. How long has he been out? But before he can ask, the nurse pulls out her device. Can we take a photo? She snaps a selfie right then and there. Arthur then asks if he can leave too. She says yes, but warns him. If he goes out the front door, he's in trouble. The place is full of reporters. Everyone wants an interview. Arthur can't wrap his head around why they're there. The nurse just sighs. Find out quickly. She holds up her phone screen. Arthur is floored. The whole situation could have been a massacre if it weren't for them. We're talking hundreds of casualties. Everyone wants to know who he is. Reporters have been coming to the hospital nonstop. She hands him a bag. Your friend asked for this to be delivered. It's his only shot at keeping his identity secret. If he doesn't want to be revealed, he should use what's inside and sneak out the back. Fast. Lady Sarah had prepared it. There was likely a concealment spell on it to hide his face from the crowds. But when Arthur opens the bag, it's a rope. Seriously, not exactly the high magic exit he was hoping for. Since he had no other choice, he tosses the rope out the window and starts the long climb down. Not the most graceful exit for a hero, but it works. From the window, the nurse calls out to him. She promises to keep the photo secret until he becomes a famous knight. Arthur just waves, still dazed by everything. Lady Sarah was waiting for him in her carriage. She expected him to come to her so they could vanish. Arthur stared at the rope. Was that really the only option? He asked, feeling a bit ridiculous. Without even looking up, she asked if he'd prefer to be discovered. He admitted that he definitely didn't. Arthur couldn't help but stare at the trunk of the carriage. Lady Sarah noticed and explained she'd picked up some new tunics for him, plus a high-end communication stone to replace his broken one. The gesture actually touched him, but she told him to drop the sap. Honestly, she didn't even know where to start with everything that had happened. A demonic assault that close to the capital. It was insane, and even crazier. Arthur actually took that beast down. She knew his life was basically a magnet for chaos, so she just sighed and asked where they were headed next. Truth was, she desperately wanted to sleep for a week, but they were on a tight schedule. It's today or never, she muttered. If you want gear forged by a master, we have to go now. Arthur tried to claim he had enough clothes, but Sarah wasn't having it. She wasn't talking about silk shirts. She meant his kit for the knight-errant trials. She reminded him just how lucky he was. The realm's greatest master smith had actually agreed to forge his armor. Now, combat gear usually falls into 3 tiers. First, you've got enchanted fabrics. Light as air, but honestly, they've got the worst physical defense of the lot. But since they soak up mana like a sponge, they're the go-to for mages and healers who stay far away from the front lines. Then there's heavy plate. It's nearly indestructible, but God, it's heavy. Deep mine mithril is so dense that without the strength of a giant, you'd just collapse. Then you've got leather, the perfect middle ground. It's tough enough to take a hit but keeps you agile. For a frontline striker like Arthur, it's the only real choice. She told him it was high time he started taking his own survival seriously. Sarah was still burning with curiosity, though. She wanted the play-by-play of how he actually killed that monster. Arthur just shrugged and told her to check the scrying orbs, since someone likely recorded the whole thing. But here, the problem, the footage was incomplete. It showed him clearing the small fry, but the final blow against the S-rank fiend. Total mystery. Arthur was actually stunned. He hadn't realized the beast was that high level. It was a total nightmare. Looking back, Arthur started to get suspicious of the whole situation. Even with Sir Cedric backing him up, winning that fight should have been a literal impossibility. But then, that power, this strange energy had surged through him, and he still couldn't explain it. Sarah kept pushing for answers, wondering why he was being so vague. But he wasn't lying, he just didn't have the words, it just happened, total I don't know energy. Sarah wasn't buying it. Even elite squads of knights have to team up to bring down a fiend like that. It was just too hard to believe. She eventually just chalked it up to him being a freak of nature. Geniuses really do live in a different world. She warned him to stay on his toes because things were about to get exhausting. It wasn't just the town criers, they were now the center of a massive storm. Poor Sir Cedric had it the worst, though. He'd been stuck doing interviews for 4 days straight. He even ended up featured in the Royal Gazette, but through it all, he refused to mention Arthur's name. Even simple questions were met with a wall of silence. Arthur remembered the favor he'd asked of his friend. If anyone asks for details, tell them you don't know a thing. If Arthur could keep his identity hidden, he was going to stay a ghost as long as possible. Cedric kept his word perfectly. Now, Sarah wanted to know how a commoner and a high knight got so close, but Arthur didn't have an answer for that either. She told him to stay completely off the radar until the academy trials began. Arthur wondered if there was a specific reason for the secrecy, but then his communication stone buzzed. His manager needed to talk, and fast. Sarah had been doing her homework on the entrance exams, and the more she learned, the more she realized how brutal they were. In recent years, the passing rate had been 1 in 100. Arthur just shrugged, figuring most of the applicants were probably amateurs. He even joked that they were likely weaker than Sarah, which, yeah, she didn't find that very funny. He tried to backtrack immediately. She told him to shut it, but honestly, on a pure skill level, he wasn't wrong. Sarah had massive potential. But she wanted him to see the bigger picture. People who lack talent don't just give up. They work together, and that's when the realization finally hit him. The test is all about teamwork. Most of these candidates are the children of legendary adventurers and nobles. They use those connections to form powerhouse teams for their kids before the gates even open. Those are the ones who actually pass. If Arthur's identity gets leaked, he'll have a massive target on his back. The school says they stop that kind of bullying, but we all know how that goes. He could technically try for a hero's exemption, but that's just not how he rolls. There are always a few who pass on pure grit, and that's Arthur's plan. He's going to crush them all solo. Sarah liked the fire in his eyes, even if she thought he was being a bit naive. Anyway, she wanted to get moving. She pointed toward the washroom and told him to get changed. "Meet me at the end of the hall when you're done." Down at the reception desk, the clerk was buried in logs. Sarah announced they had an appointment with the master artificer. The clerk told them to take a seat for a few minutes. She sent word upstairs that the guests had arrived. The master was finally going to hear the truth about what happened in that forest. An urgent royal summons. That's bad news. Julian knows this was his only chance for an audience this month. The Baron offered gold to compensate her, but Seraphina didn't care. Money wasn't the issue. The Knight Academy trials were coming. Without this appointment, her exam prep would be ruined. Just then, a voice from the shadows noted she looked familiar. "Tell me your name, girl," the voice demanded. "See, the old guard always says the new generation of knights is different. The founders paid in blood to secure the kingdom, but times have changed. Magic and gear have evolved since those dark days. Even birthright has shifted. The veteran knights retired, leaving behind vast fortunes and legacies for their pampered heirs to inherit. It wasn't just raw talent they passed on. These kids had the finest tutors and combat training from the second they could walk. Everyone wonders who truly benefited most from this era of luxury. Most people point to one girl in particular. That girl is Helena. Seraphina recognized her instantly as a top-tier prodigy already enrolled at the Royal Knight Academy. She's the council president, but Helena wasn't interested in pleasantries. She wanted to skip the boring introductions and get to business. The Baron is her uncle. Turns out, she was the urgent commitment that bumped their appointment in the first place. She knew Seraphina was livid about the cancellation, so she offered a better way to frame the whole situation. Instead of saying she was cut, they should say the Baron offered his spot to the prestigious Lady Helena. Sounds better, right? Seraphina knew exactly how much power this girl held. The stories of her family's terrifying influence were already legendary. As they spoke, Julian stepped up. Seraphina was his senior, and it looked like they were totally out of options here. Julian thanked the Baron, but he wasn't done. He looked at Helena and told her to drop the act and get lost. Total silence. Even the guards were sweating. Helena just smirked, admitting the brat actually had some serious backbone. "Who are you?" she asked. Seraphina tried to stop him before he made things worse, her hand trembling in pure fear. The tension was suffocating. It felt like Helena had struck her without moving a muscle. The air itself felt sharp and dangerous. Seraphina wasn't even the one being addressed, but she felt the weight of those words. The lady didn't ask for her opinion. Julian didn't flinch. He introduced himself as a 17-year-old from the borderlands of 𝒂𝒐𝒔, standing tall and totally unfazed. He listed his height, his home, even his favorite meal. Basic stuff. But the real point was what came next. He was there to qualify for the Knight Academy, and right now, he was feeling pretty disappointed by what he saw. He didn't expect the prestigious academy to be full of arrogant, self-important snobs who thought they owned the world. Helena's smile went full psycho. Her hand twitched with rage. Now Julian felt that same murderous pressure Seraphina had. "I don't hate your type," she hissed, "provided you can actually back up that big mouth of yours." He hadn't even passed the entrance trial yet, but he was already acting like he owned the place. Julian just grinned back. He asked if this was how she tested people. Honestly, he was curious if his first attempt at intimidation met her standards. Was his pressure enough for her? Now, Helena was genuinely annoyed. This peasant was actually playing games with her. From across the hall, her uncle, Lord Arthur, shouted her name. He wanted to know what the hell was going on. She'd shown up unannounced again, causing chaos. It had only been a week since her last public scandal, just 1 week. Did she want the Duke to lock her in the tower again? The Lord sighed and apologized to Julian and Seraphina. "My niece has a mind of her own," he explained. Seraphina insisted it was fine, but she was secretly shaking. This was Helena's typical nonsense. The rumors were true. She was arrogant and only respected those with overwhelming power. Julian leaned in and whispered. He wanted to know what made that annoying girl so special. She wasn't just any student. "She's the knight commander of the student body," Seraphina whispered back. "That means she's the strongest fighter in the entire academy. Right now, she sits at the very top. See, advanced students get temporary licenses, bronze rank status, to enter real combat zones. Under expert supervision, They dive into cursed rifts to hunt monsters. It's how the elite gain real-world experience. They use their breaks to sharpen their blades, preparing for the day they become full-fledged royal protectors. But the council, they're the exception. They're treated like professionals even before they graduate. They're that good. They hold massive political sway within the kingdom and are often drafted for high-stakes missions against 5-star threats. These kids are the future legends, the next generation of high-ranked paladins. Everyone expects greatness from them. Since she's a third year, she's got 2 years of experience on them, or at least she should have. Wait, she's only a second year. Julian wondered if she'd been held back, but the truth was much more terrifying. She took the commander title by force from a senior. How? Simple. In this academy, power is the only law. In this world, raw power and elite skill are everything. Students can only dream of joining the High Council after starting their second year. And that's exactly what Lady Gwendolyn did. She unsheathed her blade and sparked the most legendary event the Academy had ever seen. She challenged every single council member. Before the first term even ended, she'd crushed them all, becoming the youngest Grand Commander in history. Despite her icy attitude, she was ready to leave. Selena felt a wave of relief that no blood was spilled, but Arthur, he had other plans. He wants to make a bet. Since she's so busy, he promises to keep it quick. He knows she's famous, and honestly, she's being a total jerk. The deal is simple. If he loses, the training slot is hers. Selena tries to apologize, thinking the poor guy has absolutely lost his mind. But a bet needs stakes. Gwen actually likes his guts. The kid is smart. She asks if he knows what shadow dueling is. It's basic close-quarters combat. The first person to land a clean touch or put their opponent in a bad spot wins the whole thing. If he wins, the time slot is hers. It's the perfect challenge because there's zero risk of bone-shattering injuries from a direct hit. But here's the kicker. If she loses the bet, the second he enrolls in the academy, she has to hand her presidency over to him. Absolute madness. There's no way she'd ever agree to those terms, except it's just crazy enough to pique her interest. She accepts the challenge. She even bothers to learn his name, Arthur. Since the hallway is too crowded, they head to a workshop to settle it. Both are ready to go. Our boy Arthur looks way too confident for a guy with his arm in a sling. Gwen, she's just as smug. Selena is losing it. She's so anxious, but honestly, it's unneeded. The issue was basically resolved. Why risk everything now? Arthur is badly hurt, and even if he pulls off a miracle, Gwen isn't just going to hand over her throne. But Arthur drops a bombshell. He says he's not planning to win right now. Selena is speechless. Even at 100% strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against Gwen. Why bet at all then? Arthur just tells her to relax. It's fine to be confused, but she needs to trust him. This isn't a bad exchange. Selena still doesn't get the point. She thinks he's trying to lose just to see Gwen's good side. But nobody is that stupid, right? Gwen's uncle, Lord Alistair, is just standing there apologizing. He knows Gwen should be a leader, but she's just harsh, brutally honest, really. Selena says it's fine. It's only happening because Arthur is just as stubborn. She can feel his confidence radiating off him. Gwen scoffs. She notices Arthur is injured and offers a handicap. She won't use both arms, just to keep things fair for the little guy. Arthur laughs it off. He says she'll just use that as an excuse when she loses. That audacity, Gwen loves it. She drops into her stance. In a blink, boom, she's gone. She moved so fast she practically vanished. Arthur tenses up, reacting just in time to dodge the first strike. Everyone is stunned. Selena can't believe the speed, and Alistair is seeing something he didn't expect. That attack was nearly invisible. In this kind of duel, you have to risk everything. Gwen didn't hesitate. Her speed, it's just a shield for her massive pride. Selena knows for a fact she'd be on the floor already. Then, Alistair breaks the silence, asking a question that's been bugging him. Is Arthur really planning to transfer to the Royal War Academy? The data said the kid was talented, but seeing him in person is different. Alistair used to be a high-tier adventurer himself. He realizes Arthur isn't trying to win. he's trying to measure the gap between them. Gwen is a powerhouse for her age. Give her more experience, and she's easily top tier. Arthur just wants to see how far he has to go. He's been dodging like a master. After a flurry of blows, he finally creates some distance. Gwen is actually impressed, genuinely. It's been ages since anyone at the academy lasted this long against her. She didn't think a guy this beat up could move like that. His arm is a mess, and his body has to be screaming in pain. He's nowhere near his peak physical capacity right now. But Arthur just smiles. "You haven't even seen me at full power yet," he says. Gwen's tone suddenly shifts, becoming almost soft. She mentions how fast he was when he took down that great horned beast. Turns out she's watched the footage 100 times. She's a fan. She's a total fangirl of the anonymous hero. But then she snaps back to her usual cold self and suggests a tie for now. They can finish this later. Once he's enrolled and fully healed, they'll settle the score. She doesn't want it to end here. She's ready to leave with her uncle, but Arthur, he's not buying it. He doesn't believe a word of what she just said. Pure mastery. After trading several heavy blows, Jaren finally creates some breathing room. Lady Isabella admits it's been ages since anyone at the Royal Academy managed to dance around her like this. No one, not a single soul, has survived her onslaught for this long. She's impressed, honestly. She definitely didn't expect this mystery student to hold his ground. But he's hurting. It's not just his arm, his whole body is screaming. At this rate, he's barely operating at half his peak physical capacity. Jaren just grins. He tells her she hasn't seen him at full throttle yet, so don't start making assumptions. Isabella's voice drops to a soft whisper. She knows. She saw him. That day he faced the great horned beast. She's watched the footage hundreds of times. She's a secret fan of the anonymous knight everyone's talking about. Shifting back to her usual sharp tone, she suggests a tie. They can settle this score properly another time. No point in ending the fun right here. Once he's officially enrolled and fully healed, the real battle begins. She's not finished with him, not by a long shot. She mentions heading off with her uncle, the Duke, but Jaren isn't buying her story. He knows when someone is hiding the truth. Confidence through the roof, but Arthur still has no clue what's really happening. A draw? Not a chance. He won't settle for anything less than a total win. The seat of the Grand Council is on the line, and since he's not backing down, it's time to stop talking and start fighting. No more games. He's ready to keep going, but the spectators think he's bluffing. They're convinced he's throwing away the best shot he's had since this whole wager started. That's a massive problem. Lady Guinevere loves ambition, but right now, she doesn't see a lion, she just sees a fool playing with fire. Arthur just looks at her with a smirk and starts closing the gap. After all that talk, he's the one to make the first move. His turn to go on the offensive. And get this, she actually has to lock in. Even her uncle, Lord Alistair, didn't see this coming. Arthur barely misses her with a strike that could have ended it all. Alistair is stunned. He thought the kid was holding back this whole time. But nope. Alistair realized he completely misread the situation. Our boy wasn't just testing his strength against the future Duchess. In that tiny window of time, he wasn't just fighting, he was analyzing. He was literally downloading her every move into his brain. The kid's a monster. It isn't even about winning or losing anymore. Arthur's entire goal, stealing Guinevere's secret techniques right in front of her. He finishes his combo and just says, "So that's how you do it." See, he's been a rogue since he was a kid. He lives by a strict code. He tells her she shouldn't look away because he's got a lot more to learn from her. And the golden rule of the streets, never make a deal with a loser. Mastery isn't just about knocking someone out. It's about refining every single motion to turn your body into a perfect weapon. Everything matters, from the way you draw breath to the way your heel hits the stone. It's all about the precision of the flow. But what really makes those details work? The timing. People spend their entire lives trying to perfect this through sheer repetition and failure. That knowledge is ancient. It's passed down through noble bloodlines so the next generation can sharpen the blade even further. Even with god-tier talent, You can't just bypass centuries of combat wisdom on your own. There's a ceiling you just can't hit solo. Arthur was born a natural, sure. He got strong on his own, but once he hit his prime, his progress just stopped, dead. He ran straight into a wall. A massive, brutal truth that told him he couldn't get any stronger than he already was. So, what does he do? He rips off the brace that was limiting his movement. He's done holding himself back. He asks why she's hesitating. He was clear. He's getting into the Royal Academy, and that's final. Guinevere claims she'd be happy to school a rookie like him, but he sees right through it. She's just terrified of losing. That shuts her up real quick. She turns to Alistair and asks if he remembers her request from the last time they spoke. A mercenary squad wanted a deal, and Alistair told her to take it to build her reputation. Now, she's actually going to listen. But there's a catch. He can't hold her back anymore. Alistair gets a bad feeling. He knows something big is about to go down. Guinevere looks at Arthur and says, "You wanted to see me dodge. Fine, make me." But before he can even react, she's already mid-kick. Arthur's eyes are locked on her. He's not panicking, he's waiting for that one tiny opening. Avoiding the hit, he finds exactly what he needs. Every movement has a start, an end, and a transition in between. If you watch closely enough, you can see the future before it happens. But Guinevere is smart. She's using that logic against him by skipping steps in her strikes to trick his eyes. It's almost impossible to predict. Her movements look way faster than they actually are because of that missing info. This is the result of decades of research, something the late Duke of Stirling created and mastered before anyone else. They call it the flicker strike, an impossibly fast technique that defies logic, and then Arthur does it, twice, in a row. He pulls it off with a level of mastery Guinevere hasn't even reached yet. You can't just copy this by understanding it. It takes insane reflexes. Flexibility, timing, and years of sweat are supposed to be the only way. One tiny mistake and the whole thing falls apart. Even at his absolute physical peak, her father didn't master the flicker until his 20s. It took him 3 months just to learn the basics. He had to perfect it just so he could train his niece properly. And yet, this boy, he's doing it like it's second nature. But then Alistair notices something terrifying. Arthur's health is in shambles. He's burning through the very last of his energy. His body is literally screaming at him to stop, but he's moving like he's at the absolute height of his power. You can see the look on his face, pure accomplishment. He knows he's finally breaking through that wall to become something greater. It's not the proper way to learn, but Arthur has a reason to get strong. A damn good one, and he just figured out the secret. He didn't learn because he had to. He learned because he realized that getting stronger, it's actually fun. The pain in his limbs, gone, the burning in his lungs, he doesn't even feel it. All he wants now is to keep the pressure on Guinevere. She realizes she's in serious trouble. Arthur is pressing her with master-level skill, using her own flicker against her. Contact is about to happen, and there's no way out. Alistair has no choice. He has to jump in. Total silence hits the room. Lord Alistair stands between them, ending the fight. Guinevere told him not to interfere, but honestly, she's just glad it's over. Someone had to step in. Damien admits that Lady Gwen technically lost the wager, but Julian, he's saying the exact same thing about himself. A total stalemate. Gwen claimed she wasn't going to use her hands during the duel, but here's the kicker. Julian never actually agreed to that restriction. Hands or no hands, the strike landed. She might be talking big out of pure noble pride, but let's be real. She's not quite the powerhouse she thinks she is. That's when her uncle, Lord Alaric, cuts in. No need for a verdict, he says. It's his fault things reached this breaking point in the first place. And considering Julian's battered health, it's time to call it. A draw. A perfect chance for both of these young lions to learn a lesson or two. The plan, as soon as the boy is back on his feet, they can settle this with a formal challenge. Since the Lord suggested it, they have no choice but to agree. Gwen shoots him a look that could kill. "We'll meet again at the Royal Academy," she warns. If he fails to get in or loses to some nobody first, she'll never forgive him. But for Julian, that brawl was a goldmine of experience. Even as the lady turned to leave, Seraphina stepped up to ask for the girl's name. Gwen doesn't hold back. She tells Seraphina that if she's the one sponsoring this boy, she owes her an apology for the chaos. She might not know Seraphina's rank as a knight-errant, but she respects the hustle. The lady has a sharp eye for talent, that's for sure. And hey, Julian wasn't the only one having the time of his life today. Cut to the two of them on a couch, and man, the waiting is absolutely brutal. Seraphina is just relieved they avoided the healer's sanctuary this time, though Julian looks like he wouldn't have minded a soft bed and some magic herbs. She's still reeling, honestly. Gwen admitting defeat, never saw that coming. In Seraphina's eyes, Julian was the clear winner of that scrap. But Julian, he's not having it. He's the one who broke the rules the second he tore off that arm's sling to launch his counterattack. He's convinced he's the one who crossed the line first. In his mind, he was going for the throat, and if he'd connected, serious, life-altering damage. If he were in her shoes, he'd have used his hands too. No other choice when a guy like him is coming at you like a freight train. Seraphina leans in, now she's curious. What would happen if they both went 100%? For someone who didn't want him fighting, she's sure getting into it. Suddenly, Julian snaps to attention. They're here. The doors swing open and two figures finally step into the room. It's Lord Alaric. He's all smiles, thanking them for their patience while dragging in a stack of hearty meat pies for the group to feast on. The man is pure class, apologizing for his niece's temper. He should be taking them to a grand banquet, but Julian, he's just staring at those pies. For a knight in training, quantity is a quality all its own. Julian claims he could eat 5 times this much, and honestly, I believe him. Seraphina hadn't realized the kid had been out cold for 4 straight days without a single crumb. Talk about a legendary appetite. Anyway, business time. Alaric's forge doesn't touch basic leather. They work with rare fibers harvested from high-rank monsters instead. The goal, the ultimate combat tunic. We're talking gear that's lighter and way tougher than any dragon hide you'll find on the market. Alaric's already got the blueprint. He's seen Julian's moves, checked his stats, and knows exactly what kind of rig will fit his style. But there's a catch. There's always a catch. The final curing process involves soaking the fabric in a very specific, very rare oil. Seraphina demanded the best, but obtaining this stuff right now, practically impossible. We're talking oil from the great Leviathan of the Abyss. The great houses used to have a monopoly on it, but the hunts have completely dried up. No oil, no legendary resistance. Simple as that. Sure, there are substitutes. Almost the same thing, really. But Alaric, he's a man of honor. That's a breach of contract in his book. He even offers to point them to a master leatherworker and pay them for their wasted time. Talk about a stand-up guy. Julian doesn't blink. If the quality difference is minor, he's in. He's never had fancy gear anyway, so what's the big deal? Besides, he wants a piece made by Alaric himself. He asks point-blank if the Lord was the one who trained that monster of a niece. He doesn't know much about tailoring, but he knows he'd feel a lot safer wearing armor forged by someone who actually knows how to swing a sword. Seraphina knew something was up with this blacksmith. It's been 10 years since Lord Alaric hung up his shield, but he still glows at the compliment. Julian is inhaling food so fast Seraphina wonders where it's all going. Alaric vows that if they trust him, he'll create a masterpiece. But man, he's still stewing over a failed hunt from last week. He thought for sure he'd score some prime materials then. He asks if they've heard of the imperial wasp. Seraphina mentions the royal jelly, but Alaric shakes his head. There's something better. Deep in the hive, there's a substance called black wax, used only to protect the queen. Pulling out an enchanted crystal, Alaric shows Julian the target. He can feel it in his gear. It was forged by a master's hand. Samuel knew something was off that day, too. A decade-old secret was bubbling to the surface. 10 years. That's how long it's been since Master Alistair retired from the front lines. Still, hearing the boys' praise, it made the old wolf's day. Samuel is still wondering where all the food disappeared to, but Alistair is focused. If they trust him, he'll forge the greatest equipment the kingdom has ever seen. The more the old smith thinks about it, the more annoyed he gets about last week. That hunt should have brought back legendary materials, but it was a total bust. He asks the boys if they've heard of the monarch wasp. Samuel immediately thinks of the sovereign nectar, but that's not the prize here. It's the onyx resin, rare, black wax used exclusively to shield the queen wasp. Only a handful of elite guards in the hive can even produce it. Flicking his screen over to Jaren, Master Alistair leans in and asks the one question that changes the entire game. That was exactly what he was getting at. No photo evidence, since his old comm device was trashed, so he had to get creative and sketch it out by hand. Lady Alina was floored. Julian saw it with his own eyes. Bold lie, honestly. He'd actually smuggled the thing, but claimed he just spotted it while visiting the Crestwood Manor. Wealthy nobles really do have too much junk lying around. Anyway, Julian's stuck in the infirmary now, but he's got a stop to make before he can rest. Give it an hour. The royal steward should be free by then. Alina, being her usual self, asks if he's eaten, and yeah, Julian's already had a meal. But hey, if Alina's paying. He's down for round 2. Just then, creak, the door swings open, and Julian's ward has some very unexpected company. He had to cut the call short. Fast. "Call me when you arrive," he whispered. Why? Because the very people he was planning to avoid just walked right in. Lord Cedric breaks the ice. It's been a while. Sir Cavalier and the others aren't here for small talk, though. They need to step outside. Now. 11 days ago, they'd hashed things out in this very ward. No sense making a scene near a recovering patient. A rogue night squad had disbanded, and if they were lucky, they'd stay buried. Cavalier sighs. Cedric hasn't changed a bit, still has that talent for getting under everyone's skin. They used to be brothers in arms, but the vibe, anything but friendly. Cedric was practically fuming just looking at him. But Cavalier, he's a retired legend, the former 5th-ranked blade in the kingdom. Same side or not, Cedric needed to zip it and listen. Serafina watched it all unfold, wondering if her friend was ever going to stop surprising her. Seriously, the guy's a magnet for chaos. And then there's that shadow resin he's holding. She's dying to know about that mysterious black wax. She's pretty sure it's the artifact from the vault, something she definitely should have been told about. Julian played it cool, though, claimed he didn't even know what it was. Still, he thanked her for keeping the whole thing quiet. After the mess with Ares, nothing's been simple. She asks if he's busy, and yeah, Julian's booked. He's got a meeting. Serafina offers him a lift since it's on her way, but then buzz. Her crystal lights up. It's her uncle Cedric. She tells Julian to hang tight for a second. The air's getting a real bite to it this time of year. Knights and commoners alike were feeling the chill. It was Master Weaver who pointed it out. He asked if Serafina had already taken off, but she was just finishing up a quick call. She'd be back in a minute. Weaver wasn't worried, though. He just stepped out for a smoke and some peace. Then he drops a bombshell, that blink move Julian used. Weaver's own family created it. His brother Arthur's father was the architect, and Weaver himself helped polish it. Julian, absolutely mortified. He started apologizing immediately, head bowed low. He should have known the creator's family would be watching. He felt like a thief, using a secret art without asking. But Weaver, he wasn't even mad. There's no copyright on survival, kid. They don't just teach this to anyone, sure, but learning by watching. That's not a crime. It's a skill. If a move is easy to steal, people will steal it. That's life. But here's the kicker, this move. It's nearly impossible to copy. Weaver originally thought Julian's foundation was trash. No teacher, no formal training, it looked messy. But after seeing him fight, man, he realized Julian isn't lazy. If he were, he would have lost those basic instincts years ago. Whatever Julian went through to learn this way, Weaver has one piece of advice. You've got talent. Real, raw talent. With enough sweat, you're going to find out just how scary you can be. Becoming a legendary knight won't be easy. That kind of power, it's right there within reach. But in this world, people don't always cheer for the prodigy. For every person who helps you, there's another green with envy. They'll try to box you in or just plain break you. Julian's probably seen it already. So Julian asks, "Should I hide, stay in the shadows?" Weaver's answer, the exact opposite, "Don't you dare hide." First off, Julian couldn't hide that spark even if he tried. Trying to act weak would just earn him the world's contempt. Better to just go full throttle. Show them you're a genius they can't even hope to touch. Take every technique, master every useful trick, and make it yours. It might cause problems later, but don't you ever bow your head again. Stand tall, speak up. In this life, the strongest are the ones who decide what's right. If you take a move and make it perfect, then it belongs to you, period. Weaver knows how heavy that weight feels, but in the world of explorers, strength is the only law. Just look at his niece, Seraphina. She's the poster child for that attitude, and Weaver isn't about to change her. She's demanding, sure, but nobody, and I mean nobody, disrespects her. He thinks Julian needs that same fire. Right then, Seraphina pops up, shouting for her friend. She didn't expect to see Weaver there, but she had a message. Go talk to Uncle Cedric. She didn't explain why, just that it was urgent. She knew he'd be lurking around. She turned to Julian, ready for a chat, when his comm crystal finally went off. Julian picks up. It's Cedric. He apologizes for the suddenness. He didn't think they'd be talking so soon, but something's gone wrong. A big problem. And he needs to see Julian immediately, face to face. Julian's heart sank. He definitely wasn't expecting this. He's got potential, but bowing like that? Huge mistake. A man like him needs to hold his head high and speak up. In this world, the strongest define morality. You master a blade. That style belongs to you, period. Master Sterling gets the kid's struggle. Truly. But among knights, might is the only law that actually matters. His niece is the perfect example of this cold truth. She's ruthless, untamed, and honestly, absolutely terrifying. And he's not changing her. She's demanding, sure, but because of that power, no one dares look down on her. Zeke needs that same fire. Right then, Lady Seraphina shows up, shouting for her friend out of nowhere. She didn't expect her uncle there, but she had a message. Zeke needed to speak with him immediately. She knew he'd be around. She specifically asked for the boy, saying they had some serious things to discuss. Sophie grabs the device. It's Zeke. He's sorry for the interruption, but things just took a turn for the worse. A crisis hit. He needs a meeting right now. Zeke definitely didn't see this sudden disaster coming. Julian got the summons. He knew the score and rushed to the ruins immediately. Turns out, there's a hidden path leading straight to the dungeon, through the old catacombs. This specific entrance belongs to the Iron Guard. Zeke is there, clothes shredded, pointing inside. Zeke only called because the guy inside said he'd rather die than be healed by him. Talk about bad blood. It's clear Zeke and the captain aren't exactly on speaking terms. The guy jokes that he'd have grabbed a shirt if he knew Julian would arrive so fast. He's obsessed with Julian's eyes, asks if he's the one who gave Zeke that nasty scar. Julian's already famous in the guard, the kid who took down a high-tier demon alone. The captain wants to chat, but Zeke kills the vibe immediately. No point staying, they're leaving. Lady Sarah follows, telling him to call later. Julian heads toward a strange, pulsing crimson light. He's frustrated. He thought help was needed, but the scene inside, pure, unadulterated chaos. The man's pride is as shattered as his body. He's pissed Zeke brought a witness along with him. The guy asks for a light. Julian just wants to know what's causing that eerie glow. Since night had already fallen, the light was blinding. Julian didn't have a lighter, obviously. The man is too drained to even move. Below them, nothing but fire and absolute ruin. Julian asks what the fight was about. It wasn't a fight. He just wanted to incinerate Zeke. He's impressed by Julian. Great defense, massive potential to be a powerhouse in 10 years. 10 years of training, that is. Julian drops the bombshell. He's quitting the life of a rogue. The captain doesn't stop him. If he wants to be a knight errant, though, there's a catch. 1 month. That's all the time he has to master what the captain is about to teach. Fail, and he gives up the dream. It's a steep climb since Julian isn't naturally gifted here. Julian is confused. What could it be? Then the captain reveals the truth of the matter. It's magic, and he's going to teach him everything.